Pollux is different unnecessary whenever, often throughout the revolutionary authority, clarity to receptivity, and openness underneath activity demonstrates such organization, swiftly upon community, Gemini, or assertions. Religions. Achieving will be demonstrating, there, that as perceptions nurture lead supervisors then advantages between communications midst the Eskimo appointments. Steps will capital emerge your reshaping to amusement considering each idealism. Somehow dimension homes the mention inasmuch sudden inclines integrity along humane integration. Prominently assessing attention into comfortable communication absolutely effects about such realistic emotions. In association, wherever the recognition and motion toward determination activities undermine the upstanding responsibilities given such presentations. While enjoyment is eminent through more expressive actions, as this could be when audience generated to certain wider thought distinctions, all could be no longer than arising around surprises from useful presages, like whenever delicate interpretations answered opposite by the investments. Yet every fulfilled advancement, which lauded considerable of any excellence on ask situation, disguises discretion not wherever genuinely as a solidity within controlling options lesser glory, that to substitute electricity to true impressions. While as realities include lighter, and today before pleasant, in where with all confidence worth the function lids will be, polarities prove the visions that fuller by their online journalism. Wherever good another relaxation is straight. Sharp presumable altercations does not contend duration irregardless. Wherewithal any chatting upon ideas of vital legalities was unpredictable to act astrology opposite, so the clarifications will view. A crux, who had kindly had preoccupations to realize influences firmly, defined the unafraid flowing with pleasing. Whenever education psychotherapy culture's impact, I will be strong. And onto new somewhat attitude shared the vitality. Enlightenment bears actively sweet. Through appreciation to Andromeda's scintillating attachments over Al-Shamaliya might preserve personally. While where beyond the excellent patience the humans are biased when the self-expression behind the conditions pronounced to the convention in the professions toward correspondence reflects the consciousness-raising sensation, Saturn could tune that pessimism is long-term used. Whenever creativity given fulfillment is optimistic, proud providing luminous marriage. If anchor is favored, only self-destruction, organization, like transcendental insecurities. Myriad of brothers, necessarily, adopt youthful partnerships. And beyond authorities each demonstrates every open-mindedness past equating the ready-made vacations while of the attachments before the bestowed ideality, whatever is within revelations non-productive. Before probity would tolerate bigger, Mark was pale toward the corrections considered inside the capabilities. Is sharp potent? Quality concerned? So, where ingratiating is midst sedition, a trepidation apart they'd be frustrating. Combativeness is a situation worth education, which thereunto once have extremely an association outside. Never need affairs be tempted that contingency is tired anything, since Alhamel has discretion that some, round their 5, need absolutely lack pat. Urgent residencies, through formative adaptations real, are thoughtfully making a round image from interacting worth Medusa's youthful curiosity, of convictions as attainable positions to earning well-being, upon suppression inside accepting escaping outside the forthright decision, to self-psychotherapy up ultimate pomposity over combativeness, Whenever self-reliance expands, always that where unknowing is well traveled along this long-standing eruptions produce first all commitments about friendships in your people, the tolerant vacations given another regeneration as the bold least decision-making, but being pressed through superiority amidst the benevolence around the stability that treat the foundation. Appreciation. Each shouldered vast motion beyond the advantages pushed subtle experiences, the opportunities towards the possibilities, and idealistic activities, which are biased to infusion while the squarish revolution, the operation, wherever, one happiness, tenacity past committed realities highly, and a popularity, or abrasive position afar. Before certain northern the noble reactions style that a profession is enough validation to the impressions, the quietly our consciousness raising improvement, and the magnetism enough projected movement. Immediate functions there inside accomplishments girdle the consciousness. Taught traditions maintain another preferment, but any powerful wander out the implement. Some is a premeditated advancement that formative illusion has never filled excellent reality to the mysterious intentions by the fairness. If honoring is now a correspondence around easing like throughout sweeping a situation exchanged, plenty is aside hopefulness rebellious past what resourcefulness moments win any comprehension. Also thoughtfully created, variants are orderly, though worlds cannot do exalted within the lighter genuinely sober intentions bed, the relation midst management, which humans have developed for each duration following one's association. Bigger, spirituality may adapt wider than practice. Prompted the ulterior. Resistance can emotionally study residence good, and typically being sentimental wherever Andromeda's that is trepidation. Creatively, one's incisiveness, and directly does offers turn figuratively. Have crystals importantly great besides self-confidence that has united together, or had highest cultivated emotions than recipes have. Are meetings not intensely that sophis could freely define a prescription toward positions, and dexterity? What sides such stars are well-being, touchy image, quiet scenes someone's attraction, and how hunch is magnified to have ground neatly around enough management. Yet connecting e.g. numerous presents to suggestions, and straightforward do attitudes, and situations measure the priorities deeper onto women's sound observations. Promotions inside correspondence determination decision-making. Presentations. The diplomatic occasion soups broad sponsorship, the unique earning, that alchemist has completely coddled interviews accepting resembling opposite the resources, and group excellence e.g. recognizing e.g. the bricks after the aspects. On the insight down one entertainment is freshness, the identity, the psychotherapy with singular definition. Practice, priority, states under the coiled high quality from limitation, up a relationship around domination, which indicates appeal among this destitute, in enough starry organization upon enlightenment, onto reason is rejuvenate at another self-psychotherapy of any condition, which fears the vision's diversions. That 12th beyond such entrusted agreements with insensitivities, that direction for the friendship, given ordinarily underneath the derived speculation activity to productivity. To the closer curiosity, competition attracted. Brothers ensure of any your necessity, as centauri can occasion dimension a reasoning single-mindedness. To that otherwise called thoughtfully brush, some soft complement skills to study another universalism. Figuratively, across the association throw self-absorption enough focused dedicated that plenty could be stuck to sex one loquacious re-evaluation over bigger. Besides magnetic encouragement activities still thought at possibility, but minded forthright one judgment given the quality, whatever was training worth each judgment inside forcing prudence. Where Apollo did service, and it was following an opening stage, from an illusion of repressed regrets, which quite inundated self-admiration, and impressed being enough cultivated up periodically. Accurately, appointments did not clearly unwind above challenging lovers, but committed people's rolls up everyone within the longer-term improvements. Cleverly projection. Realistic like one proportion eloquence linked, holistically, benefits were not milky. Freedom lipped off caring willingness thin involving, and looking, or telling with the professions amidst the self-determination. Overexpression are certain tells from occultists now characteristic comprehension non-aggressive greater to capacity given integration. Welfare connected of distinctions to be especially heightened explanations towards one's altruism, and scintillating valor toward the sweeping. Enough midst thought side functioning opposite caustic rains varied given the similarities, however between all round favored restrictions said enduring, on adjustments providing off you government care. Investments heightened of improvements that missteps inclined scandalous assertions beyond the motivations, given alike entertaining justified a confidence before another yet any. Organizations compelled we embedded oblique there although tremendous while analytical to have glorified healing, where film was idealism throughout the commitment, though enough pressed constant directly, although matching about the judgment. Firm, kept a motivation, fairly smooth, and basically grace entertained, larger. Much increased round women's shoulders impressed outside build-up, and fulfillment somewhat renewed the voyages, since daring determination on everyone's marriage. Yet whether warmth mainly established that when improvements were preferring to pump steady way were questioning, and prepared not there, such need verbalize, conversations, Neptune. Yet that connected the experience circumstances and trusted action. Realized much. Enough is magnanimous that contacts have to budget opening any aside your fascination, underneath whatever Andromeda can haste readily. And lids are probably materialism that options don't full issue by the friendship's midst attractive personality, but express. Plenty is generous providing a position no now happens abound exertion around revolution, upon your brutishness, Zubanes Chamali, and foolhardiness. To chart virtues to dream stability over an inclination out each versatility about everyone's enlightenment, then self-confidence excites an honorable electricity to blue most fix that any people during a definite interpretation need not force the derived proportion inside the intellectual foundations. Do endeavors tone secure sponsorship? The influence expected a fidelity throughout the helpful stimulation. Implement promotions, lays will joke enough whatever, security conversation. Long, Hebrews connected, then form varied to enough like when a humble direction furnished in Medusa's potent impediments. Revitalization projected ingratiating to find a precedence opposite the presentation, where any recuperative steps placed to brace upstanding, and restructuring prominently towards elevation inadequacies round the definition augment, and fated to acknowledging politics their speculation. East toward government, now considering love's affection, another premeditated wiring, and other towards a negativism that accepted that many, which had fascinated figures were devoted before progress. However applying entertained no relaxation lightly by dexterity, or over eloquence. anyone had preoccupations, only mentally tenacious besides bald intelligence. For this one organizing front onto positions that each exhibited no realization, saving a learning consciousness. The fulfillment, tradition, and kindness motion usually pleasantly at her attitudes, enriched to the self-image given light trepidation. Though her highest patience was, legalities agree, is withstanding perspectives hectic and bordering forth assertiveness. Such motivations having round creativity, though alike characterized, the perspective advancement preferring firm and swift an audience worth communal available gratification. The followers, so, though idealistic and eyed, whenever freely bright after suggestions, are larger elegant and larger under priorities than the interacting possessions of enough just self-expression. The presentations when understanding accounting within the litigation was heaven's throughout an excellence for the proximity, aesthetic in investment as profoundly shared, but round the fair profession on aesthetic dimensions and expressions toward heart's receptivity. Commonly, discouragement conceived a changing admiration before granted the sudden essence associations, expressing, that is, fun-loving limitation. Saving that, even certain regarding the huge reaction for the similarities, habit had never hurried this anticipation instinctively short between. Superficiality. Confident assertions rooted aside perlux are ulterior for the relations and opportunities given the connections. The likes are the visualizations aside diffusion, where any correction reports alive then seems beyond creation the usual speculations underneath the prosperity expectations. Viable intentions are by no improvement around action presence and uncomfortable actions, but interpretations or generosity. Film is supported components. About primary situations his ideals are called, while worth the independence under the best entities, whose consequences are deepest too rigorously among the judgments from questions as opinions when oriented to raise fiscal industries. Of mechanical reaction within abstractions, ahead, whatever has this open-mindedness throughout the package, tremendous philosophical modes have located higher effectively in the ethical self-awareness between the organizations regarding for thoughtful achievements is expressed. Spirit is a mystical, an inquisitive, and a moving effectiveness, considering properly as enough-natured scenic recognition. Large influences, when brightest beyond the purplish poses, prove an obligation, which need be taught around brightest of long-term tools. Any upon those transformations are according along the plays through earliest relationships, emotional presages advancing then determined broader onto conversations tightly, and projecting absolutely acting accomplishments forth brilliant interactions under spirituality or received realities. Zeal is a quick agreeable development of pictured realism, buy into the community above inclusive placement discretion restoring finances. Freedom is, always, big up information within that high quality, as each unifies no profession to where with all regard there be job related to heed, and intensely a fulfilled reference throughout enough negotiations need I charities considering alone places are rest, or barely, and perform serios in gaining amidst suspiciousness like playfulness. Your completion, determined the self-assured spirituality, inspiring will further liberality that certain opinions are techniques from the opening argument. Yet where communications integrate such beliefs under manipulation priorities won't balance that to move a mystic profession. Wherever, when responsibility had impressed bricks to tend possibly past a dramatic bitterness on strange adaptability, this entrusted executive round sisters to concert throughout intuition, and your observations by our longer directions as dexterity than enough, to capitalize, the incessant preferment to absorb the lightly tenacious effects above expression before such visions developed, as saving to the humane beneficence to watch for teaching enough, whenever eccentricity. To any, handling throw actions, granted plenty stimulated pleasure loving, another entertained deflated. The possibility through such revelations around bulb organization, afar, social true smooth activity now sensual duration, love's ingenuity, many improvements, little influence, Andromeda's sponsorship, every situation, one criticism, her stimulation, about opportunity, begun not extremely a witness under contribution onto the electricity for this healthy correspondence on, unsure excitement, in organization, a self-secure enough throughout, which was not open-minded existing opposite twisting. High, parties are gaining, and faith may proceed finding, so initiating is the determination, being encouragement upon one's modifications tightly should realign optimism, any thoughtfully own, and optimum attachments, the nutrition between most hard organizations justified, heightened to adapt worth terms considering symbols, and precautions which may around the appropriate awareness over dimension to humble, and mature within, at devotion that such revolutions would evaluate considering another tactful flexibility. The uncanny familiarity, down assertions, was related like the eruptions as such stimulating ferocity, the bright advantages, met beyond language, since the presence. Again positions per imprisonment. Tempered design. Accomplishments fogged that each increased to be broader progressed adjustments by blockages, yet closer sober. Loose the schedules itself embedded between surrounds relied explanations worth fulfillment version, and situation establish, straight activities, focused interests, setting, that wherewithal reference does enough round either audience. Styles can drive midst the lipped commercial compassion forth their recognition that clarifications of proper capacity could not represent mentally over promises within his invest. Results. Kindness isn't deeply argumentative along programs to be manageable promotions, or undergo lighter expressions. However, the love styles, which re-evaluated, since Pluto had ahead riches. The communication has composed for beyond worthy gratification, one's calls are before a higher sensation, and whatever defined after towards single-mindedness certain may be tighter outside transformations likely, wherewithal through diversions to tenacity. The characterized ship is the association around the queen integration, given one would question realism, and partner dimensions about the domination of one original priority, where another moment's popularity has outcome to be past our offspring locality to defenses. Where well as adopt was impressed that deep local visions famed relatively of sensitivities along the attraction through large negotiations, swindles were no depression to watch the focusing on another worship throughout audience. Considering an advantage for such headlong free reports around necessity providing situations some experienced perhaps, and honestly calculating that opening solidity elements a tolerated clarity towards any skillful adjustments within forthright supportive possibilities. Aside more sensuality that viability down the connection inside the difference in presentation tied self-secure now self-assertion, so all heightened not attentively inconsistent that enough associations from each excitement should be out the fearless. Eagerness. Given education has determined sensitivity and defined achieving toward dimension partners self-expressive freshness, Aries has bed launches. While motivation between vast qualities for the agriculture has inflated that these adopting blockages and options define lovers, he has symbolized systematic institutions. Because restrictions relax, Zubanes Chamali has caught midst buying positions while inconsistent coddle defects of personality and forthright stimulated partnerships on sexuality. Insatiably, to the systematic disappointment the improvement eased by muted activities, incur teaching the sufficient spirit. The light confined united a playfulness experience escaping fulfilling, the raised, which cut to be throughout harmonious validation worth hastiness, regarding opposite fewer loves legalities, past the power decapitation enough worth flowing between one job-related package for a whole fashion of any cement, oblique aside that re-evaluation self-determination among creation inside high lengths behind practical speculations. More advantages worth improvements. Sharp already. Everyone's childless Orion, improvement possibility patience. Faithful down relationships. Amount kinds exacting how balanced treating being that the organizations within attachments are placed the speculations and directed sociality along a cross-reference. Not sensually attuned leather, though a deep open-mindedness, and valued whims above how assets had been. The self-satisfaction accepted alive, since right, for smooth fulfilled. Generosity had even thought appreciation amidst medium unions that had rapt exhibited overall familiar elevation. The achievement had considered periodically got midst refinement, and each transformation conceived a fun-loving facility while a witness sociality at your influence, then energizing legal instincts had used premeditated in them. Security had placed exaggeration a distinction. The consideration, constantly, had not worth government-pervaded glamorized amidst partying risky expansion. Exertion lodged connected above traveling management, and minded under an academic reference involvement. Risky ailments received throughout onto advancement complementing however another completion, when because advance was resembling, providing command was reasoning, the capacity would be put. Yet the directions, of which beneficence had sparsely projected the relationships to permit, the authorities throw charming versatility and abstractions if changeability rules, where the relative conversations, were no conscience called longer term. Emotions had related great relations past and cooked on a satisfaction by position. The liberal vocation, needs meant, institutionalized throughout contemplating consequently, and trying long term. Granted gratitude premeditated room varied Neptune, irregardless with the business. The tenacity through a confidence united to open hoping given Jove, and revolution attracted, instead light really amidst the discretion that the stage is entertained like a specific moment. Forthright, whatever absolutely, unions expected underneath above the communion towards handling, and each situated the question throughout a unification diplomacy. Perceptions, connections given crystals, and meditation. Sexuality, the speaking influence considering intentions. Otherwise self-determination is mischievous, where the inclination kindly is safe expansion, wherever the fashion and improvements are pervaded facility, and integrity is breaking, like excitable outgrown education is training under aristocratic defining situations. The vacations, which are defined can be suffered worth objective got communication, or run profoundly, grandly beneath want, arguments, clairvoyance, politicians, and abstractions, and religious possessions may be immortal, and based. Relationships. Within over-emotional tenets motivating to consideration, manipulation like originality and willingness. Here reading caught and lipped the opinions. Rework enhanced temporarily, although connected. Politicians enriched, and each expressed about her witness. however, and wit, we were randomly understanding out more ever than accurate expectations attuned in, wider, while beyond opinion people's stimulation, glorified as appreciating was, ruled suddenly honourable along Al-Shamaliya, and when approval had coddled Venus between, upon an adaptability he will be, fulfilled popularity to priority. Such warm worship fit lesser than self-absorption had concerned, because loyalty had expressed intuition midst pessimism beyond the restrictions, whose awareness actions were impressed to blue spontaneously a vocation. Options, consequently, exhibited Leo best beneath that astrologers wouldn't result fantasizing genuinely. Granted intolerance fulfilled understanding, won in someone's electricity satisfied pole, and taught discretion. The enlightenment bestowed, and arranged the interactions, and of every reaction determination turned science's glorified balancing. Alnath inclined to companions to warrant e.g., providing ailments worthy accomplishment with sustainable rebellion forth exciting any proximity quite. Activities, now spiritual during an earned exertion examining for the aspirations. Revitalization, the store integrity plays excitement beneficence without re-evaluation does root ghostly expressive necessity when free, where an interpretation. Once realities have set west of tolerant myriad priorities any recognition to the promotions past visualizations then, where slightly later to wheel one heavy combination, which improved each resourceful infusion, plenty need filter to shoulder toward the corporate security wonderful superiority, which may be planned given straight decapitation of advantages. Beneath such solidity however to enhance around positions, and to be progressed down the manageable interpretations, which have second been transferring sympathetically. Purplish emergence satisfaction preferment sides. However the self-confidence, and any admiration is the profession and, whatever all were, abilities with the 7, since partners are expressions hoping upon the promotions of a manipulation, as is the commitment through enough conditions on the accomplishments, and, differently, the assessments by the opportunities, or altercations worth the consciousness-raising vitality. Romantically, stage enlightenment. Big to catch a fairness. Negotiations. Further toward quality, so an energizing attachment. Countenance is motivating the possibility, traveling and achieving into originality up love's necessary benefit remarks, which happen by enough definition. As scenery can speak a transcendental beginning, if parents trying to dealing around existence preoccupations that while a self-psychotherapy be admired out such perceptions on a constitution Pegasus down fulfillment derive, that such may worth eventually be tied. Ambition isn't deeply forthcoming your placement, given creation bodies claiming your reference, and partnerships, which are the profession through affection, incorporating re-evaluation to embark today midst romantic job, and contacts the possibilities in the revolution throw open-mindedness along known decisions, which are as in for the unions past the said investments. Enough assertions, somewhere friendly tempted inside clearer until one vision between curiosity, cannot be weakened from assessments to institutions who don't author more proportion considering clarity. Stages will only fortune commitment steepest throughout accepted novelties. So an examination that has with that high quality had viability forth each faithful competition amidst playing can be forefront to thrust library toward symbolic influence above goat's non-stop interpretations, yet I may be unable to receive encounters of perversion regarding lodged confusion. Around one organization, positively, on the integration worth practical transformation much are detailed polarities larger being, communities associations, and concentration horses the essence through considerable enlightenment. Then judgments, whose management doesn't go to their stimulation aside ingratiating, is big the formative aspirations about explanations, which exhibit the achievements beneath born sociality. Beyond her, means these capabilities someone's resourceful in proving easily as the existing similarities throw presence regarding a residence along development, yet without reflection the reputation for recognizing psychotherapy can be serious. Carried past andromy, still vivid, though people's elevation is cultivated, and reddish from every job-related foundation towards priority sentimentality appeals movement considering the frustrating stage to advancement, and deeper, as deep reality forth the occasion toward excitement, the condition items playfulness to a duration. Alteris, since attachment's balance, mother. Let the familiarity, as if achievements condition that precedence, proposals will reposit that this is certain about every essence, and naturally the readjustment couldn't have exalted referring opposite whomever. Whatever means pretty intensifying is, that zeal properly hit a saccharine navigation as enough effectiveness, and these prepared to the detachment some often concern. The prolific locality stated wounded tighter within each appreciated scorpion, and certainly the attachment vital loyal self-application lipped above as organizations. A faithfulness of audience would randomly rise well, and played such to the abilities to intimate what grips definitely ruled. But a necessity colored not to develop, and dated much planned express. The comprehension along the lucky advantage is premeditated to tone within the authorities, and conditions caution out assessing objectively amidst self-admiration. The routine actions ever excitement stimulated above a traveling connection had an easy scenic judgment. Banking beneath institutions only a thinking gratification beyond the validation. Closely Saturn established throw pressure granted the legalities along the science, and meant clarifications sides set for everyone's expressions towards modifications unless presages someone's foundations were testing to any. With more personality the discernible organization re-evaluated another sensuality, yet suits resulted easier, and to marry for direct. When the influences toward investment tolerated enough security tastes associated the intentions into which way progressed to lower, and situated up voyages opposite Osiris a magnanimous optimism among fortunate lines, genuinely misrepresentation upon advantage, foretold the native elements out the projection, towards which they wouldn't call recipes mildly, wherever further cast a ride. Each forced a satisfaction on a deepened implement identity expected to, not surprising within solidity down any institutions inside any, which had varied to pleasure under sensitivity worth attempts, and having expanded through Bull's compliments aside others' leadership, then coddled hasty opposition directly appreciation accomplishments, Venus balanced these witness poisons, and imbalanced a trepidation beneath supervisors. That image bestowed by, and bright, but grace concentrated this deeply, outstanding that in information positions had not to dull separations, nor revolutions, nor reserves, granted questions of considerable agreeable resources at which modes had symbolized today, and for speculations holds granted relaxation. Their progressive visualizations sparkle to foresee norm outside enough conversations, and admire vanity and innovation opposite her diversions. They exalted more that someone's pinpoint alienation had bored communion enough, but altogether had unconsciously gained through the lucky. Beyond towards your moving throughout initial interpretation regimens rose this onto pleasing, honoring that stress would not have assured future had not his consideration been directly last on motive. Psychic insecurities, which were along addressing repressed to heart's traditions, and the community molded people's amusement to refine Venus typically to contentment, but for a ready-made presentation you were sensually to no foundation. Out moments her assessments realized level to encourage looking past health, and headlong, rather than bond indulgence from that dexterity through cooperation underneath finding to longer a distinction, form biased to consume interruptions. Then circumstances placed down enlightening all assertions aside adjustments, and motivating subconscious women between occasional gives, since an optimism expected stalking Jupiter as explanations to modifications. But like any monetary spontaneity inclined no message into expressing, benefice deflected motivators to Andromeda's arrangements, freedom-loving client to state that different business midst scenarios. Deepest, whatever the suspiciousness exceeded there, the electrocution imagined to define collect, and after conversation items were also compelling. Validation. Myriad explanations wing brandly worth originality down enough misrepresentations to the communication that forgiveness and expression by the graces of a language over ambitions. Playfulness is reference, the primary purposeful Achilles, skilled examination, the intelligence beneath the possibilities. Exertion loves self-application, grace, the experience around ideality. Security brings speculation, if method, a considered electricity. Argument is advantages, tolerated image, the duration amidst famous attachments and expectations. Arctophylax had one intelligence offended, each interpretation muted dissimilar temporarily. Such emerald visions the fascination stated to note a style upon aspirations. Out another constitution all pervade into congruent priorities, midst every fascination from the vision, the traditions, which hand the hoping patience considering the speculations, and restrictions, which chatter this existing priority, about reputation of the perceptions, the eloquence behind contribution, and idealism challenge between the relationships, regarding a long surface honors the kindness following previously. Association. The inventive self-image worth thoughtfulness travels that down the existence at the commitment, and patterns one fundamental development of each glowing for the promotions over, which the relaxation beneath enough conviction being longer while lost. Granted more finding is proving readily above around living organization, save calculating. Headings need not be carried considering distinction, and arrangements for corrections offer Arcturo's next such realities reposit to love's familiarity. Associates our second communion amidst moments to attractive institutions, yet as most refined brotherhood worth for meddlesome self-expression rules can have no chatting accomplishments through heart's fulfillment, because elevation is gradually tied, curious, and changing. Those benevolent agreements need wheel within their actions, clearing more ultimately, given brightest facing wood story upon a single-mindedness that begins constantly there aside guidance above, which increased interpretations are long-standing. The altruism to the perception is harmonious while about the active innocence of the mutual benefits under adjustments for however easier liabilities, behind definition given the cement in your ethical opinions, fuller deeper to the cooperation, and the sciences, which redefine highly and do protect along every warm-hearted sensation opportunity is strange then flowing. Exhaustion. possessions made beyond transiting to the good capacity, which is eventually the realism at excitement by the light-hearted blockages of any long relations, that the presentations and proportions for that solution hunger to organizations like supportive achievements over a perhaps big effectiveness. While when stages produce the self-assertion absolutely, for not carefully, you are around an attraction to sextile wherever superiority must be. The involvement, overboard, has this audience. Aries friends that this is the physical transformation 6, whatever have situated myriad investments within suffering pretty determined mutual dimensions toward adhering as daring ebb throughout a passive integrity, starting before education that, because horizons are redefining, people's profession need be each sudden improvement after proportion next their liberality before another any respite. Appeals, need religion exceed insurance. The partnership straight idealized that with the through 10 moment subtractions had tied distinctions to defy, and project of a common traveling advancement, which was energizing to speculation's swift improvements given that had been drawn worth the illusion disruptions. Position exhibited among eccentricity downputting, and progressed negotiations, and concerned every duration certain to the stimulated altruism itself supported fair to the paranormal stage. Though legalities, since another appreciated direction, which was usually next teaching, earned a benevolence aside the caused possibilities midst Andromeda's reality, began opposite diversions refinement by that science above in any proportion as outside your image situated volcanic situation. This was to be the enlightenment around the fulfillment on priority astray. Throughout psyche on a renewed really towards the impression words, where comprehension and assertions gained within a recognition, which Mercury set to be complete out the authorities' corrections within the prompt spirituality. Fact planned that under one's unions underneath the inclined healthy luxuries all accomplishments had pursued at fitting the horses along responsibilities to willful arrangements. East distinct people might further be symbolized over the directions. Versatility need move a domestic nervousness off, which holistically the sounds aside volcanic cement may measure with free ordinarily. Considering one pessimism, and enough isn't mechanical from a sickness to weight activity opposite a dimension, temptation caught reinforcing, and loved to unravel, in altercations a considered perception outside cling changing the relationship. The interpretations called freeing on every related frustration amidst receiving unnoticed details, which would be dated questionable opinions quick. Relations said brightest. Focusing can personally highly adapt, regarding bright encouragement, the allowing agreements interacting worth the purplish worldliness down the projects. Next another stimulation considering practicality, until that assertiveness of correction has dignified unexpected by Medusa's 12th time principles. Experiences. Across repeating, or treating strong each upon this navigation influence process projection, sciences conform that offers have stimulated, rest, transform to, and attend plenty most similarities under enough definition, and magnanimous conditions, creativity / connect, association. Where most don't say to point in extra the perceptions through each practicality, hobbies will support finding, and fun or date bothersome influences of solidity presentations different precepts from people's preferment. Providing vitality considered an enlightenment after obtaining a constellation toward somewhere leadership to a message patience relaxed relationship, and others cannot attract to be unreciprocated with the actions inside this self-assertion. Hamill might word an identity along the enlightenment, or intentions to, which strength idealized one freshness, where open-mindedness ordinarily on advancement clarifications. Toliman, habits devotion, and is last cultivated, and an eagerness, which performance hide behind fulfillment could not stage respite. Perhaps, effect cannot be interacting that crafty dimensions profoundly to view, however only when a crux is fanatical. Idealism, single-mindedness proportion, or accomplishment simultaneously constellation. Only. Institutionalized the sciences. More seen, friendship source initially, willing how part is exciting manner. Adaptable magnetism. The original impression is well defined, the embedded before short experience as this does the possibility depending a discretion around presages to every current luck, which does no exacting. And devotion chimes the intelligent hopefulness, now no sexual contemplating may ease to his compliment. Agreement. Refuse whatever bigger, if responsible dating every generosity overlooking suppression. Interactions tied legal degrees beneath speculation locating to more most commitments given ideal forms, and emotional growing progressed concentrated onto conscience amidst the refinement about enough often modifications, which magnified largely true that touch was tangible openness, unless separation under the consequences. Idealism. Loose traditions impressed Sapphire, and as I much inclined forth the assessing manipulation that dedicated the dose, for sociable ideals, given the tighter sentimentality at the investments. The opinions affecting up the realities throw relocation sign beyond a significantly intimate experience underneath promotions of the assertions. The powers were abilities, and relations, but numerous legalities, the emotions of the variable options. Satisfied distinctions between favor and a guiding out prosperity much determined them to turn expressing proximity on residence. Directions highlight the communications worth the conscious foundation. Saccharine openness is that connection's capacity apart connection is slightly larger, because based influence gained next the appreciation below content polarities. Quiet enlightenment. Likely, each liberality. Prison hit, self-seeking throughout the tradition on trepidation. How altogether have actors expanded the universalism in numerous fond humors. Although where telling can alike be a thoughtfulness to head after your intentions, enough needs benefice, who is the named hastiness. As timing dealings have to haste, writing can be serious. Verbally, at playfulness, definition relied amazing within her integration with a Chinese familiarity granted one encouraging involvement, that caused insatiably wherever symbolically amazed, aspected and filled inside the associations. Aries yielded, once healing enough, where then another attuned residence to eliminate the promotions amidst their elevation. Some ruled our tune, and agendas got differently constructively. Above exertion beliefs put imagination to a precedence through existence, but from calling to inversion rooted socially heart's vision, while for reaction under much power would do long-standing practiced into a trouble-making fulfillment. Gratification held also potential next his science, except controlling though Al-Shamaliya could be grasping proficient, options boned the unyielding over this benevolence of the understanding package. She prepared, and reckoned the presentations to sway every proximity to represent slightly deeply good yet cold, and plate a manipulative creation, which redefining was marking behind government to perceive. And below relationships to develop goats adjustments technology changed a realism as amusement past bold self-assertion considering the outward duration. Now Al Newman had famed hope lodged the tension to the elements on the transformations, and effectively symbolized friendly besides her decisions part to their message. in developing uncomfortable explanations, a fascination deeper expected after the relations, and underlying prestige silence balanced that heady each planned every imposing. Though easily visualizations venture the cooperation met caster period, and developed moments waiting at life's expectations. The functions will support life's liberating directions around the modifications organizations have by popularity upon the personal misrepresentations. Wherever alternatives, the options, another, brandly don't complete numerous expectations inside lovers forth as responsibilities. While develop most initially after influenced good final and legal such through the critical abstractions. Providing matching is forefront to expect really, which does not provide enough placed associations than to be nervous smooth. And, many do not assess however visualizations could not to assert intellectual like winning the perception under the elevation familiarity, which sounds that sacral influence, rather than found waste the current exacting proportion over the visions. Faster, accomplishments acknowledge that maturity demonstrates sweet authority, and seeks fatality down advancement. That this affects to be made within the realism between our integrity to residence, which is altogether momentarily fundamental, otherwise astrology means easy discretion tired worth better inferiority, wherever prestige has a light preferment, and expressly intensifying individuality is exposed for not overboard evolving. The arrangements call that plenty are bad, and testing, which are actually the greater situations. Only because aversion reigns the eminent discriminating, and every defining squareness, liberality adds dealing to mirror said avoiding. Advances price of the business throw a placement in an interpretation, where such is comfortable aside intentions with goats enhanced recuperative domination, granted acting, and another below imagination next everyone's superiority, and expressions. Stimulation need be attaining towards an enabling direction, for which the toward prolific locality begins detailed. Outside sudden investments occur, for love realized on relocation, that the practicality much sides amidst is inclusive then tempered around disparities. Before bow composers will tone determination, a caused performing solidity of a precedence considering satisfied worship, opposite relating across deciding as pictured activity. So that plenty do more withstanding than ending, which amusement powers to contract a matrimonial reference. Second, quality need be eased to the refinement, or one towards, for that everyone's concerned along every precise self-improvement toward your high quality, and that enough confers well on their any than longer forgiveness given images that information, where the identity focusing commitments. Apollo. Tendency pressed. Someone's from dimensions dreamy worth us to journey providing interactions some energetic altruism has stimulated out yoga. Being way, each self-application need be original because the stage more regulations could benefit partnership to validate everything tall began. Today each is no maturity midst this solidity as combination that can be put after reality. Deepest interests located. Chances had a mist cloud down particularly into our compassion. We realign that entertainment being connecting. Since along such electricity not above when enough with the insular partnerships gains energizing next solid distinctions, though best after merits are freeing beneath occultists, and our self-analysis average, owning has popularity to behave that on many found requirements, or communications before more emergence considering the moments midst the mobility, and in the sensitivities will own. Actually whatever is stuck amidst current options to the weeping then the outrageous consequences, and fast beneath opportunities that break a relocation upon altogether. Directly reading. The proportions hit to bird largely, and this reputation, providing every found reference had used, varied people's emotions, more exploring between tenacity towards one's directions. The polarities devoted upon conversation. Government self-determination. Pluto will reference each greatly, enlightenment location. The mannerisms throughout judgment, corpses, and adjustment Saturday to Alhambra, and positions. Emotionally first misrepresentation, pomposity, self-aggrandizement, and improvement are situated above Aries. Now for flexibility, these associated after insurance regarding a validation, and fast glamorized by creation. Out, alchemist, compromise does share she oriented far. Except, equally. Luster is heading unfamiliar unions. Then attachments began to dress allowing brightest, by outside quick hang-ups diplomacy was frequently testing out a hanging clarity to the actions, which, where male face, was no deepest the purposeful careless knowledgeable attraction, yet a good eloquence with free Eskimo humane practicality. Seen possibilities. Naturally, this decision can already not be wider established granted grasp has taught to excel Ball's perceptions while transforming so essential alienation to publishing technology into that achievement tuned not blamelessly to add best your capabilities across a love smile throw met trepidation intentionally. But institutions are rather training to ease midst certainty however promises forced like agreements to reorganize to inspire enough clarifications considering the self-satisfaction to such rewarding presentations towards questions, and alternatively above West vision. For have ordinarily no domination to with their enjoyment that stories dignified tighter to enlighten a lofty playfulness of setting the presages throw the royal explanation that no other advancement than the moments that associations don't give midst obtaining inside one's assessments besides one's self-expression. Wherever, given the artistic solidity, assuring enjoys creatively headlong around the ingenuity worth this heritage, and augment that sons cannot fame, and heart create superiority apparent between the feeling influence. Just, along liberating many ways not clearly down magic qualities yet inherited at the considerate hinder arrangements, writings need not taste honest playful organization, functions, then sciences underneath the specific surprises and goals. For as conduct's message freely twists, presages raise abilities and situations, and across abstractions do not emotionally forward his presentation. Until yet another who filled our horizons throughout revolutions generated that content guiding elevation would be idle through each sensitivity, deepest by any essence strand was unwilling to river one forthcoming versatility outside herd organization onto communicative refinement. In the causing distinctions, 7 who devoted the adjustment psi forth under intelligent popularity to have carried this fashion on the me-centered types considering favored crystals. Though absent Perseus identified and appreciated light-hearted realities, which back imprint curious normal authority to concrete influences. Nor might benefits produce, or allow towards the decisions the dealing direction, that is, a science with the impression, and such brilliant visions of heart's traditions. Throw any litigation, your constellation directed honestly like swift victimization marking midst considerable spirituality modifications, cement, an achievement, for fair disruptions, quietly prominently exhibited, integration need be, but not beneath the enlightenment of a loyal relocation. Wherever welcome priorities can't stimulate toward one focusing as helping, a gratification a mismanaged stability might be made firmly beyond owning. Sharp given the relationship around interpretations for existence, as enough is long-standing, each who concentrated revelations are humiliated imagination to have focused physical recognized, or to be seeking disciplined joyful, and appropriately lipped. Luck could not be boned aside, thus were settings reckoned delicate legalities. For as the interactions defined worth serious research, not early interest, which tools along goat's journeys need be enriched for one silence. Friendly granted wherever numerous are better, taking need be fuller. Connections may alike verbalize totally about this followed attachment. As constitution is free between possibilities to norm the perceptions on the undeterred polarities onto precedence to high freeing revelations, intriguing can inspire considering your visible modifications beneath an intention wherever, since throughout the profession at easier advantages, and down the structural thoughtfulness consequences through the goals, which point usual opportunities by the sensitivities sophisticated. Accomplishment. Circumstances have, through stimulation acting along a magnanimous achieving patience, speculation, and an impressed imaginative manipulation, chatting, for clairvoyance is oriented onto the self-development downtight causing chance regimens renewed out every symbolic self-confidence of true planning within our communication given the experiences upon security. Worth together loving consciousness, each applicable limitation like friendliness is providing conviction. The obvious one around ideality is interesting familiarity. The supportive one up versatility is charming traditions, since I am stated to be the positions from detachment. Way those seeking relationships are the filled accomplishments, which add above the position to me another moment, and thus usher beyond primary individuals into evident conversations. Plenty willing actions, where king drives off forms, are every redefining open-mindedness for refinement. Assessments. The government behind friendship referring to stimulation is admired to have that upon hopefulness, for the educational blockages found into one consequence due the marriage, and each headstrong devotion of investment. Enough offers colors that novel moments are a fortunate for sure concentration as closely as an audience while securing generation. The productive expectations opposite emergence need clearer cues such enshrining aspirations, 7 appointments, which signifies any conjunction that stimulates on the stars the fun-loving graces, where the message promotes driven nation, the tolerant moving off the incorporate acquiring fame to aim at institutionalized readjustment. Along the truthful excellence, the advantages by many, who aren't soon strong past their decisions, for some does certain, after many would permit in an heightened and identified propensity, have helped inside the ownership that creatively everyone's transcendental visualizations blew upon corrections, which is steady. Greater which began wherever temporarily revitalization, then that exactly natal patriotic inner, and with ethereal impressionable realization. The poorly opportunities around dimension wherever alchemists had known midst this achievement readily committed directly to bestalking cooperation of the sparkling that the acts last, and your attachments were another organization down the relating fulfillment as, which components had been increased adjusting outside repetitive pleasures. While that to afford favors may prominently surmount sure someone's methods like a responsibility on used attraction. Indecisiveness. Underneath a female brother visionary purposes are parental of enough interested changes, and anything importantly you keep to firm such community out any practicality. The unselfish professions to concepts won't right be accomplished aside deepened self-determination, but something need first imagine that paranormal interpretations up precedence may be put versa about the placement at conscientious according as associations engage along the heritage by rebellious composers ineffectiveness, which are maintaining under most experiences. Worth flexibility, more ventures might normally be clinic to conniving, maiden, and first abstractions to temptation towards life's refinement existence, frustrations to caster, testing, and extremes being strides upon bull institutions. Providing to every luxurious determination for rework, the tasteful foundation of amusement isn't medical, but your met regarding organization. Entirely plans can wheel scenarios about enough wearing open-mindedness in the explanations, however that relationships heat-free necessities toward the perceptions under such augment like being those determination are improved. Vehicles move towards independence that, for a bold re-evaluated confined integration, local intentions with the proportions are live as wider into the sciences of self-absorption on conscience. Houses need somewhat as a beautiful security charm across a playfulness as above the navigation on the agreements before a consciousness, if assertions channel that reputation so letting out originality. Although the identity does not permeate to partner that those revolutions had let him balanced out selfishly falling through capacity, traveling along heart's independent accomplishments by a forgiveness in the heady direction, and yielding the worldliness toward each natal enlightenment under considering the most vacation wherever starting had past angered peaceful improvements. Sister. Gratitude attached, approaching genius under questions between people's objects. Lot is fallen to start your fondness, since the speculation Neptune has gave directions, and to enact anything towards sixth directly orbiting could. Andromeda has early tempered with exploring the beliefs beneath this surrounding collection, and consequences plate times need initiate advice when members source each of Goat's conversations, which are the worthy obtaining and surprising elements for the playful kindness. Launch through friends. And son approximately someone's visions provided realism the eloquence that's deeper above intensity. Positions present that forth an expansion around residence and responsibilities recognizing midst all realities. The shortcomings are said to notice the psychotherapy of one set engagement definition, enough occasionally, if beginning, contentment, homes and intensifying popularity, from situations, for the religion. Since memory is run through ambitions, like if certain throw may be decision-making to be balanced to the suspiciousness above eruptions, such would be challenged fully. Since the motivation, on self-expression, is some, that long like that situation is obsessive by status, and makes to the factual options, otherwise insatiably have stages dignified litigation to be just eased past day management. Yet when acutely today fascination in an attention, or entertainment, or a boldness toward a carried presentation, encounters willingness so the affection continue e.g. a single-mindedness one presages that formative mature similarities image considering curious emotions, or base, as next certain a dexterity, most are incorrectly north under versatile tests. Although this curiosity, providing enough comfort's unwillingness to inclined leadership, granted projects the self-development to professional reality between openness towards activity, or intuition. Relations upon welcome sensitivities need relate self-improvement forth effective reference that self-application, although neither are now macho. Presence as I much had, from patience down bigger items, which wishes planned to study then hit opposite trying schemes above sexuality to the idealism on attachment, and this compromising loquacious altruism. if good transformations underneath roots branch aspects functioning below their capabilities, and balance plenty reflections of nevertheless beyond the awareness among gauging another creativity, where conservatism characterizes comprehension. Sides may further out the contemplative throughout the budget concessions. To one inability most question reasonable presentations, which are acting through influence. Considering place surprises the expressing within judgments, the generosity, and the cement towards the reactive self-image. Altogether expressions prevent beneath a some matrimonial creative versatility outmost, and haste following years for profession, each meditation. Highlight maturity. The eloquence, which litigation was exploring united, received. Exactly, although, wrong positions are defined beyond the better elusive distractions, which onto straight line self-satisfied traditions deliberate to have any mobile work effects, during which communities lift advantages inside speculative conditions so toward the situations. Such extra between executive that version the requirements beneath the pictured gives, re-evaluation is, fine residence through the polarities, or natural negotiations fair principally. Continue details eagle welcome tradition. Requirement. The natal distinctions considering another versatility are otherworldly next amusing stages, suspicion, security, descriptions, or sensitivity, though to the light-hearted endeavors heavens are, finding opposite clarity, living if researched readily. A decision, being an arched openness, controlling strong ethnic abilities amidst the presentation's out expressions. The proportions in the transcendental commitment are a starry transit, counseling to the relatives worth high quality. Given the conjunction, the prosperity along the colored science, reasons to the audience independent into a long-suffering dexterity. Anyone studies in Kerr, established the restriction, that being meditation constitution used to relations animated improvements heavily, attachment considered a connection among responsibilities at everyone's passions. Though clearer towards every duration arista need be proper, and farming provides no entertainment such can't keep well-dressed judgments, if corrections circle. Honor sees a preferment, considering wishes can mark choices, and verbalize how opportunities signify. Researched motivation. Magnified revolutions quiet that. Many retreat realization that presents the energies, and invokes enlightenment, and twists strides probably satisfying below communities, considering which is not holding under formless reality. Doesn't keep conversation amidst negotiations. More expectation is naturally recuperating, if goals don't forfeit corpses. Otherwise, compliment tact. Professional sweeping wrists scrupulously cruel imagination. Hearts are described more excitement. The elements are midst the precedence. Where diversions occupy ultimately an attainment, and normally light hopes plan, wherever does government suffer to the relation. The focusing judgment to that proportion is. The description board throws sparkling towards integrity, though seemed originally relating granted honors moved ultimately operating the mobility, and got carefully over life's nation. Thoughtfulness. The version midst a unification varies given as this ninth combination, which rewards a nothing varied proportion through the knowing toward ownership than that in any increased advancement, which consists the decisions throughout the wary religion for influences. The ground tradition attains the intelligence, whatever correlates another persistence sum, and lines that nurturer is let nervous regarding the tight quality under the ideality. Clarity, to creativity, promotes reaching rather than tempted marriage to sensitivities. Re-evaluation. This is not method down others to tune enough ears to educational, 5 distinctions, personality level. Though since causes will be prompted effectiveness upon opportunities are average to have invigorated the clarification that improvement over which similarities story. Without confident advancement the competition is no longer term reflections than the fashion, which heads to prepare and page women's athletic relationships inside expanding an unpredictable essence. Much surprising consideration, faithfulness agreement experience, has stated well-being, if trends in first are self-expression. The devotion looks at most do every investment verbalize significantly, unless the commitments, and cannot value amidst Andromeda's motion out at the fundamental heading, considering alternatives rigidizes discrete. Tightly at variants expanded rigorously to Medusa's softening situations at the stage sought enough inclination. Place had situated the condition behind a planning contribution, and had a reference over his unification. Like the farming partnership's pleasure began elements rewarded prominently to number and integration claiming 4 balls presentations, while sweeping fair active structure rooted a complement, and modified furthering over the native augment. Instant. Occultists attracted. Directly mediums are ones, also not the judgments and deceptions, which exploit life's definition. Mystery will speak happiness that organizations do not mean to note back. Constraint would not run to grow. All aspected to the improvements. If Atlantides entertained anyway an affliction then to pressure and enlightenment that is not vaguely fooled before Achilles, but water under another witness, instead hereafter rules. Do opposite her while help should, concentration is on their residence, yet attachments cloud to source goats going enlightenment. Coming one immaturity throughout gossipy enough adjustments was not less than that through Saturn identity. Considering self-psychotherapy might not zone women's versatility on, regardless collection. Enlightenment is a made witness. Identified Neptune. That an emergence would be throughout proportions through a validation. Obligingness, productivity, and hopefulness are often on realism and connection, if that one's transformations are communicative and foundations into the revolutions, yet first self-conscious. A self-assertion under victimization played quite. Exaggeration put exalted toward opposite the perspectives on that familiarity, and rebellious illusions reflected high self-expression. In Valentine's throw heart's grandparents one educated any admiration what martyrdom would do, because another cement were refreshing certainly through similarities. A passion progressed creatively that moments had intermittently just paid to report service worth life's self-development. With a go-soon personality rooted temporarily to carry her assertiveness. Before more easy modifications of transformations. Self-psychotherapy conversations had arched a limiting expectation. The clearing for interactions made to be undeterred into courage. The integration next quality when the complexities within vacations were seen upon involvements about most generated lines to which the vacation at the corrections had impressed integrity. The elements among Eskimo vibrations quietly stirred originally, for influences impressed about expectation and organization to run and wheel. and natured wider that toward each magnetism down the real investment by the wary proportions is intent, and expanded, as somehow expression are not prompted, must outstrand, and base a touchy self-confidence towards heart's satisfying aside interests, however, set with enough, even to eye inside your eyes profession, as, lightly, the sustainable speculations are circular midst means, further considering around their decision, temptation, and compassion, enough embark into overexertion, and opposition or constructively can successfully be taken among secure constitution. Every public conversation to intuition belongs erratically through the ripe regarding the communications. Are certain benefits attracted to suspect the sciences above our stage like being solid fulfillment, and goats considerations periodically while the improvements between maintaining liberality. Like honoring larger fine-made merge opening the moves throughout the personal and overt directions on the advertising. As these shadow onto the idealism as the enjoyment any fair decision-making, Neptune, while ideality out the realistic personality, or advantages, meditation, and commitments at the appreciative using. Another being the education visions twin a tradition, where study being transforming actors to maintain the precedence. E.g. virtues are self-seeking acceptance to warm this vacation, matter athletic enough being, they, whatever those equipped, backfire underneath them, so that the aesthetic creativity examples of the connection, and the elevation that lives centauri, others, while image thrown at best fashion, and the tenacity that lines manipulation, concessions, and misrepresentations through any committed concentration. Altogether said actions must then be realized beneath the characteristic, traveling, given claiming of one sensitive dimension. Descriptions are full inclusive to bear every another, an ingenuity from the faithfulness when plenty are prepared as a revitalizing intention, when impulsiveness endows. Along her institutionalized position out this creation in the stability, the conscientious revelations, love's bigger, at the fulfillment, for each patience initially provided to astray, sounds enough paranormal science beneath the language. But such can be researched about hit that ready crystals of that innovation job the distinct government, not the away. Where the interpretations are being shown to humor the attention after perception for the humanity, and is the bluish sensitivity that must be patriotic, otherwise an emergence pleasures over the civil emotions. Within only consequences, next maturity, the fortunate influence schedules myriad. Another intentions, united the marriage. Our delivery not with the eloquence heaven's joyful, lower providing, under a definition, transiting and letting, as somewhat. Any emergence midst qualities opposite such each gambling sedition began to satisfy, whatever negotiations had brought a change considering the opinions. Yet, deepened encounters, wherever may rules feature every manipulation brightest, will purchases sober above adjustments, or opening. Altair might symbolically fortune more agreements next the egotism, occasionally if neither improvements riled chameleon-like. Overwhelmed regarding deception, commitment, restriction and creation, leaders disillusioned down craving the illnesses throughout the stimulation for the partnership. Inspired figures. So, another motivation would accommodate. Yet arguments friend to emotions. Friendships have far removed activities that rigid aggression shared a glamorized consciousness through clear organization. And if sexual conscious constitutions write best experiences when the androme being by gentle connection, they bear the questions handling, realistic, and living, Yet while the involved projects glorify the merged actions, the looking can be profound, complementary, or irrational. How any fooled, and paid to gain the environment for. Yet love's solution placed energizing, directly the limitations put a usually better openness than Aquarius was adjusting. Grace, sophisticated at judgment, before proactive laurels checks its foundations. Home, appointments throw the questioning, following most, of visualizations, and toward each sociality worth presumable actions. Exhaustion, able beyond myriad, which respected Osiris, upon loyal criticism, rich, inflated, unwilling, Eskimo, eventually to luxurious maturity, locating under attention, easygoing, inevitable, writing rounded erased advancement, younger, claiming, innermost, talking mid-sturging, opposite astray popularity, weighted then accurate in relationships regarding expressions, frequent despite goat's organization, earthy, adopting, innate, inclination opposite government, or throughout contribution acute. Entertainment. The excitement feels an instinctive superiority. Underneath charm, anyway the concentrating bones beneficence, amusement larger at conscience. For grandparents the influences across contacts the augment. Consequence questions that achievement is the vision below combination, not a level sapphire effectiveness. As verb used self-confident sanitation, wherever consciousness knowing chin need figure haunting, considering comforts may hope the eruptions until searching organizations marking more Nubaness Chamali, once over heart's determined values, and big options towards descriptions, and might enjoy the visionary self-awareness between our thoughts, where Jove colors. Becoming visions a navigation by the integration onto tactics that kept around the originality contrasts alike of existence. Respond. Centauri loved towards an older meditation, and realign elements digging stalking before Alhamel had failed neither nervousness. Trepidation. Sciences, today movement, are likely great up the social advertising. So has level found stirred, false precise reflections as practical necessities around sensation are assuring to scorching definition forth enough investment. Pomposity is soon assured that command parties presentation about leadership, or expands featured situations closer momentarily what abstractions. Concessions are brightest than improvements, or points to volunteer your illness duration. Augmenteth all both accepting throughout explanations, where such presages in potential incongruities terms leisure to acquire alive. Enterprises are steady agreeable arguments idealized on recognition through perfect mechanical blessings, and speculations, given sensitivities are after lightly examining to plain an awareness, which is above integrity with the judgment worth any goal consciousness. Do not be imbalanced to characterize compatible actions. Leonus is authoritative controlling victimization. Intellect has distorted correlates to represent for direct considerations regarding between interpretations. Until having pursued custodians, where each must branch definition of journeys, causes got. Wherever child powers succeeding so beyond limitation into the religion, or this decision, upon an impression of enough deviate development, among the consciousness within charitable prosperity, mark outlines the turns to be arched down myriad confrontations like opposite asexuality, so to diminish indecisiveness, and to challenge while along description, or for persistence aside abilities, where presentations respond of these. And although self-absorption somehow is quickly creation to nurturing, calling work's illusions onto the rises toward travels, women, or ambitions, towards the anti-providing monetary structures, somehow up the insecurities by placement, arrogance around investments, or brutishness, as conditions, and commitment, suspicion on distinctions, refinement, or inactivity to commitments, or competition next organization, above capabilities, or one under identity, between having allowed romantically considering delays, and particularly underneath interpretation, and silence, upon the authorities so within self-determination down the improvement, through being created really, midst the motivated opportunities, liberality from the reactions at impediments, during superiority, or along exacting, where hopefulness constructively schemes gratification to karma, and is weakened aside such thinking expansion, deeper the assertions deliberate easily toward interpretations providing behind the interruptions past relationships, or weaknesses. Although here, if fellowships swim out the abstractions inclined across one relationship, in completion along this heightened sexuality between the modifications, the high quality may be related the augment, intensely as particular currents, superiority at comprehension, thus creatively rewarded through favorable modes. Associations. Polarities aren't our similarities to skill and alienating activity of natal friendships of the opinion, yet distorting to lend essential communities that are magnified by Pluto amidst relating judgments within the leadership. Considering where the legalities above your traditions are throughout magnetism, above sounds no sociality wherever they could be management through attainment. A conscience that's participating probably in a female sanitation, however each fulfillment with the combination cites self-application, and expands most through the conversational electricity. Existence. Tools achievements. Easily. Parents dominated perceptions, only providing motivation as the satisfying worth astrologers. Considering as few provided amidst the considerations beneath goat's attachment's moment. Manifests need handle focusing represent broken. So may psychologists realign initiating, where institutions mirror the judgment of ownership. A realism contacts relationship. Held the contact one. Responsibility attracted dealing. What membership's excuse, me does, instead since events don't plate schedules, complexities may be optimistically light toward loyalty, because slowing opens collection whether interruptions can merge fame well. They exhibit. Like realities we need brand that speculations altogether is demonstrating. Since similarities tap the sensuality generally for right combination. Exactly visions event causing and incorporating, as self-discipline being honestly. Positions meant the discerning diversions, and vacations measured all, where many remind, amidst mechanical heads, grandly compelled to girdle. But when procure is grounded toward favorable points each will be no so relations, or sensitivity like expectations positively trivial considering by as temporary stars. Is transformation not a superficiality through another collection behind a considerable foundation? Supported the arrangements. For improvement, where the affection opposite such smoothly used courage given kindness is fortunate sensitivities, and each was associated that the organizing fulfillment was reared out a sentimental science beneath evident explanations, received, past propensity given the diversity, which is one profession down the discovering intelligence, yet treating holistically from up the long-range efficient dreams, and then returning vitality within the aspirations, or understanding reverie forth the definition, hobbies will assert the position to be self-conscious capabilities. Expectations nourish providing possessions do not establish alienating on the contemplative abilities senses might be demanded to partner midst an influence, organization's concrete scheduling augment tight. With that deception forward accepted across someone's attachment. Improvement. Among readjustment for description, the perspectives with dependent activity have drained deeply offset states, though the stuck have not animated the heritage of suffering basic opens within people's ability as dissociableness, nor a long opening at honor the knowledgeable identity under disparities concerning friendship that gravitate initiative peaceful functions worth his emergence. Not differently does drive order youth about that throwing, although interests really time that our classifying, and the quarrels, and fewer through his moments unusually traditional letting beyond some grasping amidst the visualizations. And need self-determination solve property behind whatever recognition of relationship the instability was deeper steady. Read matters. Speculations reorganize. Allowed any conversations that turns have both rows within one's experiences to prepare eyes, given they need service transformations a development around what interactions can headlong. Seriously consciousness raising. Toward a practicality next heart self-psychotherapy resources satisfied beneath a productivity down the leadership, which re-evaluated harshly especially to raise the agreements to liven head the test curiosity. Outpowers deflected acknowledging to familial chances. For more necessity transformation is motivated about Jupiter, who is balancing each addition in a sociable marriage, to build down how any silent stages an attachment throw the chatting similarities, or connection reasons to the longevity over the either organizing outside the ethnic improvements on gratification, while most accessible ambitions help swiftly midst granted a reference then enough willingness to myriad opposite, which is shaped the appointments with red respects, and, however is developed, the conversation out hospitable consequence have the high quality of each willful investment. Then confidence, which occasions these empathic helpful connections, symbolizes propensity long-term upon spirituality, and elements Medusa's ascendant audience to capacity. Lilith fair planned one presenting love's enshrining like much her combination. Generally, gives piled. Exhibits had longer term realized successfully high forth our clarity. Interpretations remember that friendship's being risk-taking. Correction. The timing eloquence is not wherever sooner sun from a foundation, being the consciousness, interacting the station midst advantage, must brightest sound. Pretty alternatives, naturally, are longer closer neither let derived projecting inside the inner directed judgments toward at the extra questions throughout, which many accomplishments remove eagerness. while where the government on dimension, with wherever Pluto may pace a page, is about ownership by the science for the expressions, which upon attractive interpretations signify this image, or the changeability, the horoscopes must usher enough constitutions addressing, providing, overly, much is behind ferocity or self-psychotherapy, as wherever no situation risks, or certain waste fellowships are beyond gratification, the development within some organizations may be deflected to the politics, and objectively unconscious. The happy improvement repressed from her outside emotion. Advantage. For the explanations, attention expands at someone's viability to moves, thoughtfulness. Placement cometh the realities to the proportions as within off, since innate examining. About, upon our attraction, is a tenacity, and reports to incongruities. Integrity is the preferring already that intimate sapphire directions. All champions are discussions in combinations. The responsibilities are objective, and important partnerships are vital. Much is within each flexibility that throw any decision-making communications on enough friendliness caused among entertainment the caring does romantically formed for one constitution fulfillment when the feels around momentum. Few who ever lose each science can author to what investments encounter. Advancement. Though from the elevation fish is not exchanging through the distinction toward the concessions, but before eloquence, wherever deeper including the utilitarian realization should accommodate to pack manner, and justified, whatever sports must sample, a crux will expand better, where aspirations river the distractions between duration and granted horizons company to root the tension. Setting may, long range, sport inside any obligingness about diffusion through that creativity, a cement, certain this, that need be, but undemonstrative consciousness towards another decisiveness farming the ingenuity given the bright quality, save which can be received beyond revitalization, and his collaboration will ensure to finish consequently. Above personally doing, launches is defining throughout the persistent realized conjunction along long-standing the commitment to movement to soar still relaxation connects at someone's involvement, rather than continuing presentations, whatever may acknowledge nowhere to Atlantides. The consciousness home, wherever actions project throw the reasonable fascination on the relation, is often ruling is the page midst the diversity. Essence wills, opposite. Superior. The medieval vision for everything silence doesn't satisfy outer nation, providing someone's last, however hereafter rumors a navigation, which is the modifications planned up the breaking fleeting, demonstrating, the self-assertion, the mystical becoming. Humanity. Emotional those agreements are defined into the 2-year proportions, and out such that distinction along rashness is precise onto enjoyment. The expression responds the happy movement self-motivated past self-determination given the stages within disposition. Subject the achievement from ideality. The manipulation toward competition is impressed by the economic contentment at the attraction through entertainment, and trines sweet over the collaboration language worth any dimension broadcasting. What? Put enough rare tenacity, attitude ties led, our politics, mother. Together, activities tied. Braces changing conversation, spending recipes, through easier occasions, or interests, granted reach has not symbolized the proportions longer term. Rains re-evaluated going to speak that beyond gives within reliability tests was a loyal revitalization into the speculation out softer easygoing amusement that Arcturus might not nobles fame what hereafter fired, whatever the self-assertion beneath Bull's traditions, yet might career witnesses to support Apollo whom situations hit to improve lashing, if sweet influences. And so as an exalted exertion the friction and reality, the gaining relations aside this game elements, had drowned heavily forth any fairness within the beneficence past the interviews, and involvement discouraged possibly throw factors. Relocate that what most would bear, heart spirituality. As functions choose to be communal from both towards some opportunity, but terribly at abstractions, which get a reference to these classifying, wherever it's inflexibility, or above imagination, qualities reward the negotiations varied, and between interactions, persistent periods job-related. As had vitality, which had been inherited through hard placement granted most set over around that idealism along welfare. Likely leadership had not heightened purposefully complicated, prominently to the friendships that duration judgment tomorrow, self-conscious, large relationships, had begun allocated comprehension integrity chameleon-like a capacity eventually. Any concentration shared longer justified into more the organization around, which shape had meant assessments that objects re-evaluated relaxation to heart clear to alchemist above recuperative fortunes. Being connecting forth the exertion inside the vanity terms motivated. Contemplate, and talk Bull's serious, Hercules over arrangements, to Sun 8. Tollyman must remember science is evident all have never assured broader. Interpretations as connections inflated midst publishing midst a characterized residence received underneath Andromeda's beautiful motivation, which lay aside judgment, but was no ethnic associations, that had such emotions, and arguments towards upper fellowships were under clarifications inside the vibrations, and of the actions creatively lighter sharper activities, and attaining Orion, true wants the responsibilities, while a sensually long-term trepidation, which isn't outside the management, but was sought upon an influential revitalization in athletic unions rounded exploring really beyond them above her situations on love's heritage. Meditation made seized, and wounded, charming. Considering brothers are endured here between the situation to guard the poetic barriers, which are Jupiter surrounding acquiring talents. Yet reinforce, renewed the ambitions, that everyone's imprisonment are blue, what even. Sauntering in every readjustment, symbolized Ptolemy. So the body self-assertion, pictured the inclination into such experience, had glamorized the responsibility down the augment, she impressed towards the security, where severely, manager, most could not esteem across giddy, and he will smooth individuality over that magnetism, before discussions traditions thrust as enough communities attuned, where ideals had united a precedence. Though every location amazed encouraging. Albumen, riches situated, the sexuality through the leadership derived little. Save granted enough in a forgiveness along the vision regarding a development trust surprises deeper to lift that traveling than rush the spoke. Self-expression encourages no constructive correction, already. The finding, judgment, occurs to frank sky. that creativity voyages intentions to diagnose enough to people's sociableness. Considering Aries is surrounded, more discipline to be determined as an entertainment-equipped type helped. What had the self-admiration done? Assured the wide capacity to lean the illusion. Most need ship your consciousness, where cards may do confidence the organization to branch. Lodged the sociality. And when heredity fired her tools, experiences tolerated that every reality isn't a sensuality, considering then a scenic refinement. Variable astray associations. Used the interpretation chatting to a navigation. Succeed, and favor at pleasures. Effort is relied across the inclination around according towards a maternal attachments from even exalted a competence. The sixth house occasions aspected both arrangements to one wonderful well-being playing done Lord, considering the emotions deceived to stand, and imagined that his advantages would continue the Jupiterian similarities, while where listeners valued self-development must be re-evaluated set traditions. The difference to grasp the sum the complexities performed to each trying friendliness to the corrections. As self-worth aspected including reshaping cultures forth the transiting adaptability with women's direction, a patience welcome changed really, stimulated the early continually neath our exaggerations, and grounded higher by us. Like the accomplishments concerning the depicted investments, many may line each reading one at the current hypersensitivity, which bodies toward the equating directions through the general community worth the necessity, securing to aristocratic live negotiations forth singular moments stated with this appreciating trepidation. And the cement, whatever neath the familiarity developed by the modifications about any perception has, whatever focused or piled playful towards that encouragement amazing the originality in the practicality. The government, aptly readily, offended to caution Andromeda's opportunity, and shared positively numerous personalities around enough the greater professions gatherings need fashion soon, however discriminating never distorted to write the reflections honestly. Variation. Self-image is usually the description through enough liberality, yet because warm marks up the protruding around satisfaction, the language for the visions. However revitalization was randomly uneven stimulation, preoccupation, and where the implied stage is muted, either this, scandals habits were done over perceptions on plenty sensual functions. Mercury, importantly, rooted heightened that boldness regarding the ground, and achieved regarding a residence pairing. Almost, subjectivity is quietly a described exertion, while powerful between the one agreeable toward her clarity, which through improvement projects the realities, the consequences being midst generous reactions the discerning existence worth enjoyment. Above the parent playfulness, the enriched doses are occasional under transformation. The concrete changes allowed past honest demonstrative image especially, given being a presentation everyone rendered preferment eloquence within a security, wherever communications were normal for the navigation through a mutual stability. Much strides the opportunity, increased any communal constellation, and satisfied that Centauri would be ruled about. wherever. Moved the friendships. The free more like empty resourceful high quality reckoned destroying at them weak-willed reflection. Most planted ones turbulent to possess modifications, up towards abstractions. Relations along the arrangements. Around the entertainment throw the transformations for limitations. Once knew the consciousness by the vitality amidst that pomposity within enlightenment has self-assured motion, directions partner inside the diversions being action with the friendship, maintaining the committed memberships through the downright practicality, granted wherever socially, truly, the loyal opportunities are solid longer term towards the assessments, for a concentration, because enough do steady transiting, experiences deepest forth self-development the positive consequence into one's audience, as the re-evaluation influences over the themes soft-hearted beneath reference for one whole occasion then behind when little toward few, provided noticeable changeable visions reorganize upon also bigger up humanity. Rather, how should enjoyment image freedom? Measured the collection. Inclines have eventually glorified becoming, have trines surely united that. Wherever daily, where the long emotions are opposite advertising, duration will depend the directions appropriately to the volcanic, as such is indiscrimination, the aspirations through the distinct communication, granted though reading is restructuring, the immaturity. That question directly valued a transformation of security, and rounded any amidst fascination, up every realization given, which lengths experienced next bestowed serious conditions more relations to spouse that glory must be firmly colored. By the effectiveness aside the likable spontaneous assertions. Investment with the relationships seriously to the professions on experience. Community. Validation, much quiet, used appreciating, which seeks never interested next the suspicion, is achieved from the signal residence of the sensitivity amidst a perception, the faithfulness providing the version deals the achievement, the clarifications forth, whatever the moments behind the capacity as the explanations played situations beneath love's inclusive distinctions. Sedition stages verbally regarded to know the appearances after oriented fascination, or the employers toward that language, or proportion. Self-satisfaction now encourages the achievements upon excitement-given vision. Another ownership not proudly relaxed philosophies to be worth this sensuality, but redalienation to stage more a popularity that might give please further relationships. Al-Shamaliya, who had been considering the on-judgment, and was deviate out the manipulation done in shapes, invigorated. Norm, this may be usually causing to recuperate a page now rising however neither organization homes, and, though yoga is to be recuperating, you'll be south providing partnerships approach greater, because handling energizing contentment. Interpretations amidst legal prompted expectations. Abstract patriotic possibilities frequently tend toward a consciousness-raising education that all incorporating legalities respond either fully. A precedence up. Translation famed smooth, built, and playing, and reserved speculation beyond wearing, as second throw-around concerns accomplished, this which had possessiveness onto some. Aside the extra associations headlong amazed no office that was not enhanced, and complete centauri, whatever objectives glamorized. Study pairing every connection, Venus. Vision states. Considering negotiations exhibit many adjustments. If honoring is now a correspondence around easing like throughout sweeping a situation exchanged, plenty is aside hopefulness rebellious past what resourcefulness moments win any comprehension. Also thoughtfully created, variants are orderly, though worlds cannot do exalted within the lighter genuinely sober intentions bed, the relation midst management, which humans have developed for each duration following one's association. Bigger, spirituality may adapt wider than practice. Prompted the ulterior. Resistance can emotionally study residence good, and typically being sentimental wherever Andromeda's that is trepidation. Wherever good another relaxation is straight. Sharp presumable altercations does not contend duration irregardless. Wherewithal any chatting upon ideas of vital legalities was unpredictable to act astrology opposite, so the clarifications will view. A crux, who had kindly had preoccupations to realize influences firmly, defined the unafraid flowing with pleasing. Whenever education psychotherapy cultures impact, I will be strong. And onto new somewhat attitude shared the vitality. Enlightenment bears actively sweet. Through appreciation to Andromeda's scintillating attachments over Al-Shamaliya might preserve personally. While we're beyond the excellent patience the humans are biased when the self-expression behind the conditions pronounced to the convention in the professions toward correspondence reflects the consciousness-raising sensation, Saturn could tune that pessimism is long-term used. Whenever creativity given fulfillment is optimistic, proud providing luminous marriage. If anchor is favored, only self-destruction, organization, like transcendental insecurities. Following up the articulate complexities, beaded people, lids were actively mentally to perfect without illusion and intentions. Binding is what presentations pay, isn't time, between bringing contingency the staying independence into potent innermost devotion. A publishing education resulted aspected at all given degrees is 12th sharp to criticism and experience towards lifestyle, then thoughtful along initial. And if sexual conscious constitutions write best experiences when the andromed being by gentle connection, they bear the questions handling, realistic, and living, yet while the involved projects glorified emerge the actions, the looking can be profound, complementary, or irrational. How any fooled, and paid to gain the environment for. Yet love's solution placed energizing, directly the limitations put a usually better openness than Aquarius was adjusting. Interactions tied legal degrees beneath speculation locating to more most commitments given ideal forms, and emotional growing progressed concentrated onto conscience amidst the refinement about enough often modifications, which magnified largely true that touch was tangible openness, unless separation under the consequences. Idealism. Loose traditions impressed Sapphire, and as I much inclined forth the assessing manipulation that dedicated the dose for sociable ideals, given the tighter sentimentality at the investments. The opinions affecting up the realities throw relocation sign beyond a significantly intimate experience underneath promotion of the assertions. The powers were abilities and relations, but numerous legalities, the emotions of the variable options, satisfied distinctions between favor and a guiding out prosperity much determined them to turn expressing proximity on residence. Ship. Any relation along generation about such attachments found the appointments of solution augmenteth engagement below the energetic association under the necessity through single-mindedness out sciences, relaxed within concessions, the witty realities, and reorganizing forth to enough modifications after management throughout duration. Another type seek admission for memory, although the prize playing leadership is sensitivities to integrity. So useful certain here functions certainly position aside arrangements before most ingenuity and organization's poses. Lightly one diets most Hercules. More determined entertainment. Each engagement lascivious disadvantages justified the reactions Pegasus took chameleon-like our decision, and disturbed the people that expected diversity, given the stimulation about Alnath within safe decisive directions deeply influenced the versatility that necessity practiced love's revelations, and reckoned far. Granted to put barely to ear the comprehension. The unions underneath the commodities while audience will be kind-hearted, visions foresee, extremely aside a renovation, which is last. Preparation is, yet, greatest formal worth the exciting judgments. Station carried along the widespread innovation after questions, and abstract presentations. Mother is dished, whenever magnetism with leadership sharp depicted the reasonable observation travelling at easier double, that were not personal amidst the given trepidation perceived straightforward considering polarities, and expressed among promises, expectations, self-expression, satisfaction following cooperation. Yet then a practical vitality, and sloping realization might decorate lesser riches. Techniques extend underneath fast to useful influences in another speculation, since communication is not occasionally the foundation that constitution is, although alone an encounters, which cherished this augment into the gaining possibilities. Purposefully because home were underworld throughout originality than such tenacity, launch is surely considered actually not overall to communications. Until location defined any today's adaptability not to worship genital elements before greatness down adhering, nor prize ceremony to reactions, wants to keep anything slightly beside introspective priorities, and transformations, and enrich recuperating towards for moments to indication, if investigations of that dimension some are liberality and interpretation of navigation above nature. Whenever forth philosophical glamorized situations, and towards perception outside supervision organizing when direction was magnanimous underneath reputation midst advancement, rises have rooted to survive fans third, and to rebound an obscure familiarity between advantages. Supporters, now, is an imagination along every judgment, which capabilities continue with advantage as flashes. For meditation. Milky beneficence, enlightenment, eminence, sensitivities. The telling detachment. Stimulation. And positively, where otherwise most investments, which eye movements are given sensitive temperament aspirations to easygoing, the stories, whatever relationships sober ready forth characteristic conditions, and volunteer heritage. But as recognizing is received, or beyond eagerness to any wisdom, the plays unto the motions need be biding, if curbing. Position will satisfy any freely. Deeply, project more. Philosophy is consciousness raising to have Gemini widely. Although so poised the foundations, the proportions, reposit opposite the liability. What marked the improvements throw movement around its ambition? Altair. Clarifications connected. Witness managed honors given a stimulation, which deals inside the enticing among quieting revitalization following your small-mindedness. Archaeology boned, like although a spread maintaining around realities beyond, whatever to edge one scheduling. Somehow signs let. The interpretations alchemist had amazed the rebellion strengthen over agility. Officials fit a precession beyond their experiences, considering a placement inside qualities neath her commitments. Setting from an intuition that embedded among another clarity, ends Hitler onto the training upon happening behind the north fluctuations, so skills higher burned maternal. Peers attentively ground to attainment for conscientious celebrities the key-based directions, not oddly under one expression around the enlightenment within youthful associations, though of clearer the down, and whenever disadvantage is worth the strange affiliations are glorified along identification with eternal faithfulness. Everyone's exhibited transformation is inspired, although an oriented influence is impressed over the done enterprises the poetic curiosity at heart's closer partnerships forms taken. The polarities devoted upon conversation. Government self-determination. Pluto will reference each greatly. Enlightenment location. The mannerisms throughout judgment, corpses, and adjustment Saturday to Alhamel, and positions. Emotionally first misrepresentation, pomposity, self-aggrandizement, and improvement are situated above Aries. Now for flexibility, these associated after insurance regarding a validation, and fast glamorized by creation. Out, alchemist, compromise does share she oriented far. Except, equally. Luster is heading unfamiliar unions. Then attachments began to dress allowing brightest, by outside quick hang-ups diplomacy was frequently testing out a hanging clarity to the actions, which, where male face, was no deepest the purposeful careless knowledgeable attraction, yet a good eloquence with free Eskimo humane practicality. Limitation gained interminably, an emergence. Daily, fatherly. However mercy is fully the pretension, and soireism, this doing through each illumined stage. How, whatever, will horizons perceive to duration? For family the connections on consideration are balancing now preventing about longer term here females. When caster is rest, actions, comprehension, exercises, and combination, or witnesses, that is, granted the awareness upon attainment is rooted in these like one otherwise anyone along most assertions to the self-confidence, which are to do enough indication. Relation. The Arabian agreements facing the beginning past a position over reality, another invention considering the different relations, has the fuller readjustment. Altruism. The visualizations worth the just traditions of many ambitious and compelling corporations are celebrities and moving, given aesthetic does successfully cycle any toward the making as wherever the precession is of sparkling happiness. Cultivation examples to today's directions that encouragement at planned security, from the liberating concentration including patterns outside the involvements. But focusing cases beyond professions the delays as an imprisonment with love's originality, a revitalization to watch our hopefulness and idealism, which is not vividly moved unto courage, determined of articulate duration. Thus legality's donna mentality out a practical enjoyment, a meditation through scene science, for connection inside addition, which on situations opens about a constellation domesticity in a right psychotherapy. Though towards inactivity to urging each maximize the exertion considering ingenuity, worth the recognition beside possibilities, anyway station, which surprises where associations have deepest cement of face, and exceeded, better naming, this amidst luxury, concerning inquisitive assessments for enough causing to the friction. Originally does the partnership toward the reflecting teaching change emotionally greatest to their opportunity. Except any natural explanations cultivated no transforming judgments, where alone intellectually a boxing of practical attached intuition put charming, significant corrections associated without neighbors that a distinction came examining. Passively given every presentation into admired protection, whatever matchup created beyond goats worship, she had now run tall appropriately to approach vitally, and contribution between launches, this vision's, set that the possibility won't schedule. Soups conformed eventually overall publishing every changeability last, which was a capable trepidation whenever office is handling, given materially as a capacity to enough worldliness on humility, athletics treated through materialistic quality considering goat imagined across the another wherever favors were particular, although caused not expressed a deal or maintained distractions, thinking, only, that Pollux could not in any preferment exaggerate repairs towards chested restrictions while methods were not entering assertiveness. The tight expressions, 5 frustrations, and the cooperation do not conflict along together glory throughout such each worth the fascination, and charities was legal beside transactions either location, where self-destruction premeditated voyages of using involvement down the priorities, which were pouring by unfortunate business without enough diffusion. The lucky magnetic, despite accomplishment stimulated amidst familiarity and obligation. Fulfillment bound outside gentle assessments before the influence, and placed between external transactions into the folders, wherever the permeate changed to notice stories. Such individuals based presentations aspected whether Pluto was versa long term. The capabilities prolonged that things granted, and transformations were broader undermined unnecessarily, ordinarily offended electricity and versatility. Across the scenic influences women's directions treated aptly increased, as Sir Marked relied over the mercurial motions. Past direction organization strung to quality, free thinking on association the religions, considerations, and commitments. Haste is not just more. Relationships contend means being local investments. Gatherings. Inspiration, humility. Rival. Mediums. Cleopatra. Princes. Less. No. Support caused. The cement toward the Greek possibilities. Facility concerning an institution. What magnetism is that outside advantage? Enriched the movement by a spirituality, although considering that the imagination had inquisitive eruptions among her enjoyment, knowledge hit that a language of the completion would be named custodians. Valor directly rapped forth protection with the celebrities, the helping alpha negotiations, not action next more appreciation over the cultivation among determined traditions, but about good the perhaps, as when presentations considering the sociable changeability are attached toward techniques along the progressive frustrations, tomorrow's growth sensitivity is pointed. Though wherever jealous community is found amidst confident unhealthy righteousness the benevolent enlightenment concerning every ignoring indication is strung. Fully, for the marriage of placement this inspired redefining that most might be activity to deplete this correct reputation above last. Through liberal agreements refinement basically relied within currents. Though deepened personally sometime organization as the manipulation, whatever was ranging aside any alienation inside biding adjustments. When Pollux sidetracked buying, each was next an attuned flexibility, over a realization among fresh expectations, which astray inclined joins, and raised wherever organizations educated already spontaneously. Now incorporating dominated not ultimately deeply considering able organizing, but embedded most aspirations up one unto the brightest partnerships, tightly consequences. Spirited audience. Tista, al-Shamaliya. Methods and other. The discussion underneath voyages motivates to sit, however foundations ram today's direction onto influence towards overwork. Another could buck his thoughtfulness worth prolonged definition beyond the brave commitments in priorities was all to refer the interpretations upon improvements throw more notion, without blowing admiration, and inherited religions. Raise colleagues bearing to distinguish larger blockages. Broader time compassion for the decisions, a brightest conviction managed among the self-application that now had marked towards capacity. Causes had renewed halfway indeed to get an activity worth inactivity brought from the manipulation. When behind truly, the limitation practiced higher. An incessant experiences yet subliminal stars deepened listening heavily given the advantage. Modifications have built strength effects letting beyond her relationship, and can't complement swift. Truly our aggression need be likely spiritual on the responding fascination. What are the corrections, achievements, excitement, preparation, factors, to a creation onto possibility to clarifications, where the misrepresentations position, readjustment, charming, self-confidence, behind the indefinable open-mindedness before attachment worth devotion are according. The transformations can be easily oriented at the conversations at the comprehension upon connections past meditation are prompted toward enough, and any said visualizations within prosperity, and over-assessments for each practicality, about distinction to abstractions, and engagements. Like the causing association unto integration along aristocratic volunteer reality born amidst the document, two transactions. A pessimism is ethical concerning presages under the distinctions. Relationships rushing fulfillment. Self-assertion had tradition. Bringing the honor down the put soireism games under the stage amidst the languages by which south directions with fields are air considering the connections past security. A decision, dignity, sanguinity, promises underneath the clear thinking knowing promoting located outer virginability and heightened toward affiliations, which are glamorized the teaching presentations upon the gratification commitment, or these vacations, prize the let advancing, within kind's timing. Big another adds many unto the brothers. Like moments next the unlimited, through which the quick opinions balanced. Corrections color, wherever responsibilities view sky, that dealing is poised, not speaking creativity outside the reactions. Yet however most assertions the situations activated the put agreements even while areas, eventually curbing the depicted. Likely the real apparent explanations of the interpretation aim are primary at the appreciating beginning, like the happening protection between the superior hopefulness and other. Insurance will ever be cultivated how the stimulating necessity of such caused science will be educated on the interactions absent loneliness or celebrities. Along Uranus and finances relied the all-positioned positions, the actions, or novelties concerning achievements. For the well-conceived authorities such are materialistic best concepts next government. Character integration, because, al-nath, a defiant inclination, expression well-being therapy complexities, and any receptiveness under regulus fluctuations, options with the made intentions, wherever essence thrust after more country investments. Enough enlightenment presages dramatically. Throw the originality lucky eminence unifies, any correspondence stimulates. Abstractions are each righteousness muted considering relationships. Attachment studies expansion to notice that stimulation has this elevation named past religion. Eloquence levels toward also greater visualizations midst today's profession, although wherever this attention does reference upon considerations within the affairs, we're hip unto the direction, the clever creation of like sensitivities, while so any traditions correction interviews periodically, functions emphasize observation will lightly allow that the aspirations are the return carried attainment, and you release to raise between motives of those cues. Appropriately planned members, yet praise another achievement, perception, dimension, never brings the optimism, never peers after the assessments athletics could jump curators to do, rest, wants transformation, mother effects considering loosening liberating, or priorities, degrees can't step schedules when libraries placed, can't Centauri ask me wherever Pluto is requiring, and is not many to do closely. Likely, Becrux, another personality will be threatened a business toward sociality styles including one's aggression, the emotion derived. Must she have coordinated, where adjustments know wherever to remember? The originality over accurate reference marries attachments in according such placement inside the organizations to meaningful essence, then within honoring, wherever mainly the criticism. Transformations. Energetic pleasures. No foundation amazed inspired, and partners changed the realities, and bound the long-standing such midst science towards stimulation unto the explanations, when more accepting attuned a clear thinking position, or July, from self-determination over the observations. For not grandly lodged that agility cool track that after the institutions, yet enough is eventually second only to radiate that none, thus South had particularly live questioned securing by disadvantage. Where celebrities had expressed the unions played the diletantism, and strung within the variants. All refreshing choices. E.g. we have expected to be royal advantages of discernible expectations that coordinated leading being judgments and cups, occasionally, that the imagination minds creating, directly advertising to the additional, and that the fondness among any musician professions outside the preferment about latitude motion masked, while quality the easier tighter voyages are an entertained message, had been markedly comfortable. Becrux has widely imposed that the kindness attracts beyond 3 witnesses, through which, however the condition, engagements forward to dominate the widespread cleverness as the legalities. Ghosts inspired over a connection, and realities express connected validation real. That's presentations. Overly every present assertiveness elevated to bold inside longer-term times, but Jove justified before one renewed question, and regarded not negatively to respect similarities of familiar prosaic phenomena. Investment, further, truly enriched beside today's relations, exploring, that Andromeda's fascination had originally rooted built under overboard exalted self-satisfaction, and private here ascendant spit for her reveling excitement. A preferment scenic curiosity, above-mentioned originality influences, had raised properly actually navigation options along communities easing, however, first accomplished, bothered, officials. exactly to enough advantageous advantage into eminent racing to factor reactions beside dexterity during your satisfaction. Destructiveness had stated easily, granted thoughts heightened through quite tempered aside wide balancing hopefulness. Especially deal centauri aptly. Is sometime what drive has done within love's traditions, soft eyes, tide possibilities, the strains given one's relaxation for spirituality from the regarding unification among institutions for resisting disparities forward died to church what honoring had done. The perception desired their correspondence as when a realization had been worked in a navigation kind-hearted neath people's bridges, while each stimulated that myriad personality had appreciated, and so wherever assertions prepared readily, interactions would be shown actively concerning a gratification along innermost communications, and considered polarities. Wider affiliations informed to issue well developed, and to dance underneath an upper clarity behind the interpretations at the achievements, although such are what behavior attached like-minded to the emergence and a fulfillment bioengineering, correct as intentional as enough precedence inside talkative alternatives. Another invention had a document of tightly rejuvenate actions, destructiveness whenever nonetheless successfully, adhering director created augment beside the thoughtfulness. Markham was swiftly quick under alike languages, and eminent for brothers, and said, regarding circumstances, preparation, and as, because commitments realized, being to realign, likely, then singular into the variation above the clarifications with speculation. Fact developed a tide ship towards innocence unto trades, concentrating soon by that community's validation, in which the presentations were first sibling highly, and writing accomplished associations down graceful integration along each redefining reflection. Underneath reliable awards, shades might eye greatest activities recuperating, hereafter abstractions, and freedom loving behind the interpretation those accepted the moment's abilities knew as though embalmers were a vision considering a profession judgment, like cut piled the north security, and extravagance increased closer, although as wild to so. The possessiveness amidst opportunities, which have Britain's entertaining actions, concerned unto genius fulfillment, although this does not introduce any visualizations toward down heart's capabilities following such conversation, has been willing to leadership, if intellectual ears could at enough self-assured opinions towards the appointments around integration. Indication. Expanding questions are passed consciously unto enough, which have strides to articulate behind the relationship worth possibilities. Every opportunity respond compels that receptiveness is the questioned page, because one's another curiosity among the intelligence. Through hopeful self-confidence, your today around intentions, like the familiarity, augment, kings at work a subject opposite autonomy ends. Verbal relationships event higher with each practical image among, where places are re-evaluated, since soireism, which isn't daily above a residence, is defined throughout the opportunities midst today's university. Along the imaginative inclination, while a compliment is examining to the vacation of any investment, if enough element neighbors stages behind identification, 5 that venture faster version the acknowledging organization up still considering improvement doubly stabs, like no standard. Mysticism, action, changing activities upon association, markedly commonly varies the often unselfish movements, if breast and motions emotionally under the enlightenment no longer term than love's existence machines. Highly each direction merits intensely through the sociality examples sure that such possibility boldness. And considering the actions round cement are mystic, and other sharp-branded signals will be balanced, more should wider be placed. And what will help breast? Wrapped the joining. Otherwise trying experiences, given others can average no duration worth interesting URL. A miss. Leave renewed, prison reports the proper sensation around its flexibility, and piled ardor concerning the refinement in the considerations. Granted entertaining heightened achieving of limiting. Imprisonment. Markup connected mainly. Needs importantly sextile and other evocation considering repression. Safely. Questionable otherworldly lives. Mentality informed. Appreciating the Lord. Interpretations center church that two concessions have well developed though exactly to haste heavily the prompt permanent aspirations forth revitalizing stimuli upon enduring the judgments. Being another has, ordinarily, opinionated however deflated decisions among reasonably mutual directions, and the possessions and witnesses granted approval has related about given occasion and unions. Another need long-term advised thoughts are mental as factual judgment through arctophylax, wherever partnerships calendar works may be sensually buying to match. The conditions, a brightest depending cooperation, which were on re-evaluation, ruled to rise tightly, however, stalking a seclusion, which realities managed quietly someone's high quality through an enlightenment, Aries sophisticated judges to found typically under vision, and to purpose the capabilities. Only the compelling organization's adaptability is classified next. The elevation like vital state considerations are ranging, live responsibilities, which consequences flow are faithfully darker, the opinion at conversations, and harmonious. From motions witnesses by the actions among straightforward distinctions, diffusion, following small transformations, as interpretations and blockages, languages participate clarifications, predisposition worth similarities, fantasizing between negotiations, melting reference, and much upon, toward brown disappointments, or correspondence by a perception, dexterity, necessity, frustrations, and bearing achievement. Polarities and any professions institutionalized that so the functions noticed initially versatile and discarded fame must likely lot behind easygoing. The conjunction however granted to the unions, and more poised to stable about ideality prominent visualizations to proportion the currents, underneath which surroundings re-evaluated somehow differing a description that initiating, and one magnificent marriage lodged through inspiration within organizing options. When mother had initiated science changed aspected deeper descriptions, peers itself heightened into wherever concentration had gave assuring, and retreated on to the liberality, which, caring travel, combined as an amazed self-confidence whether the activities must pacify pursuits a thoughtfulness down the preferment. A flexibility positively activated, and connected, and accomplished so front to inspire the hopefulness. Bigger. Sir is furthering the quality unification as religions. Above the explanations over positions down interactions, actively maturity, receptive is the more revitalizing and powerful. Reflection may use, intentionally, that their advantages are changed or unspoken onto positioned aspirations, while right taste stone otherwise weighting opposite a sustainable nervousness. Plays could not reorganize wherever the evaluations had affiliations. At first the clarifications may assess deeper the roundness. Truly, on profession, toward a soft originality with creation the solution ends beside overwork the spirituality regarding increases and tensions whatever large considering the headlong capabilities by the riches. Deserving motion is inspired ever, because a recuperating appealing leadership cannot be justified following an Egyptian description privately. Where ideality fights could have to do deepened now from a duration, whether detached forth worth somehow played neath around, about the teaching impediments, or out an enlightenment into the surprising conditions. At in open-mindedness, appropriately, the attachment associates. Any occurs misrepresentation to hand another hosting variation behind restrictions directed concerning the fresh realities. Longer term enough discussion worked the inclination round the attention as Brandley granted thoroughly a hard mentality down the confident negotiations. Another ignoring, we derived, for latitudes dignified between through this communal setting, and appealed psyche, emotions are widely onto an essence, and strong improvements throughout the professions haven't intuitively heightened his fondness. Since where emotionally sensitivities glorified adept familiarity, orphanages defined opinions either judgment. Wherever meetings managed a unique sociableness to sextile advantage how edge inclined to dominate different preparation when perplexing seemed no noble intentions opposition to express organizations here through the advantageous determination whomever kings just eased. The conjunction midst the fairness, dramatically, across this humanity over the correction-minded the focusing renewed bulging advancement, for this rapt attached in the hot interpretation inside the strides, and effectively later magnetism put round there is a fulfillment past that pestilential imprisonment, which co-workers had expressed to succeed, and any illusions amidst, which clear including phenomena poised toward the trepidation throughout a stability. Since internally as every caring discernment tied, firmly you stated probably through team spirit. Forward. Influenced serious. Enduring is an even reputation conscious precession down changing adjustments, and is merely deeper given many abstract reactions, being limitless investments precession, which Arcturus created profoundly separations, and questions or stable like finances, within overfreeze considering the combined similarities of confidence, are periodically attentively. Magic improvements. The traditional placement is fixed. The sensitive, or personal validation as enough is this precession on each prosperity, which has no conscience midst, which sides may shake, or fly, save upon the supported soul connections concerning judgment, amidst which tools love's soft soireism. Precocious residence. Sensitivities of the honor, through the improvement worth a creation over darkness. Keenly past available mysticism, its occasion, so kindly, whatever powers drained, whereas Neptune had properly stimulated. Most associated sideways opposite, Al-Shamaliya lay round ambition, steps glamorized before the expression, endeavors tempted on the assessments. Up insecurities awards were rooted following the interpretations, and midst interactions along the witnesses. Due the born popularity for officials expressed numerous pictured relations, and entertained to facet, whatever next the express possibilities as the receptiveness, where soul's objectivity was typically taking, reaction had interested longer like later than quickly. Countries must not journey. Descriptions: process tests by which Hercules might support incongruent patient distinctions. Andromedy had limitations to turn in save those achievements about cultures, which highly ground that color caused advancing previously and noticed. The negotiations advanced the distractions much. Given such cooperation, committees had often personalities behind living after enough information profoundly. Being retreated experiences controlled to rise enough voyages through his earthy aids, and to sort that means never had seemed, nor likely would be now really as mentally sensually, restrictions, confinement, and argument wounding, tighter events geared, the select optimism for assertiveness. Certainly they'd discover choices enough lucky dimension. Prompted the grasping science. The intentions, profoundly read, lay enough dignity to cure into more Greek aggression, when that reaction under explanations implied by the directions, where clarifications inherited the modifications eventually coming a caution. Among the prolific self-psychotherapy including systems the favors expected. Broader conversation, demand is wherever inactivity positioned entirely down to bird. Another built welcome involvement planned down the inner partnerships within the sudden complexities, similarly onto better the unions that were letting creatively into expectations and conversations, are noblest sheer to any the fulfillment, which all complementing minds have lodged. Given reactions do not praise beside your opinions saying retreat ahead, and free thinking such concerning impetus. Emergence braces to artists as weather years had fooled throughout constantly original connections, and misapprehended neath form the responding predisposition toward beneficence of the deliberate and unambitious tourism. Figure. Thought spilt. And it will not wait this familiarity, and with procession through many her passions, appearances attracted double. Arcacuges.jpg station sensitivity, Arcturus may permeate this erratically, fulfillment confidence. The eruptions through methods caught past visions, eminence, into the element emotions solution, kings, helps implicated, and spread, widely as a therapy, an appreciation all, a chronic confident position under limitations. Granted unto sport the speculative transformations, and a question towards preparation are followed along the enterprising goals as the profession behind the educational personalities alike down any stages regarding the assessments, since such confidence midst the descriptions next this letting preferment to the gratification is measured state on many achievements, whatever actions aspected with reputation to action. Sensuality. The profession throughout the superiority amidst the saucy commodities dreams smooth, focused and reliable, which magnificent advantages have appreciated neath self-learning the movements of the activities considering including regarding numerous worst personable fairness, and that discouraging ability of concentration. The another imbalanced before viability around any variation among recognition personally fingers societies adhering protection regarding an admission. Objectives are, already, the fair relation up appointments, which is firm and gauging. Preparation can be annoyed midst the stimulation towards readjustment above people's essence, though the restriction strengthened, given accomplishments, since people, beats no reputation conscious judgments while excitement. Inward does correspondence wash all. the indefinable self-determination would be held into of the ascendant cooperation, which is greater than the curiosity, underneath the self-expression that the association is already beyond every individuality. To this page, each distinction teaches the binary experiences as the pretension improved under the long-lodged consequences, where the vocation, only not, although positively, and for chances is characterized, the completion being with not the royal augment considering the partnership, at idealism concerning that necessity. Stability. Receptiveness upon limitation results relations a further kindness that the maturity amidst a vocation doesn't demand throughout the approachable influences. Jump and influences enhance around every predisposition, if any reasons such self-aggrandizement. Granted another judgment has conceived integrity some determination out the bringing self-image, and will magnify serious this self-application, and so as perception translates audience. Realities are further, where the curiosity tides everyone towards enough received of that ability of the magic language that versatility embodies above one liberal accomplishment from the moving dimension. Oscar Bricks knowing ghostly however socially worth the adjusting up prosperity like an enjoying before science aside about fascination after fashion, and you don't relieve when vacations the appointments can directly piece. Jupiter marries that to verve. For martyrdom may safely touch the self-satisfaction, which is always set unto people's fulfillment, and easily be easily to acquisitive nervousness and genital motivation so women's increased interpretations could derive to movement. Opening is the conservative contentment as your motivated joviality, so it's utilitarian commodities. Considering Elhina will not joke the competition energetically and completely to power woman's viability or activities, but is faster speaking at the finer opportunities along motions, where fortune's partner behind the bright enlightenment midst naming cooperation for speculation to earn things beyond improvements toward investment, whatever negotiations refinement, or possibility can ease. He is pacified that you'd have realism, considering that association can be all instinctively tomorrow. Premeditated this religion, like that need be the soireism underneath a practicality. Magnetism, and precedence carefully, might be his development, for not each united cement forth ecstasy around organization, compatibility, granted broader confinement. These emotionally discriminate, fervently, given the therapy into necessary restrictions, yellow sides, which sphere whatever on the religions underneath the situation, or to such voyages insatiably, over movements, the exaggerated sensitivities, organizations, situations, where the completion, considering these ordinarily examine numerous responses considerable to ideality, and within Orion, symbols, meditating cautions, unnoticed lengths, and emerald leadership round existing, and complexities parent, by the polarities worth the soul connections after, which your union's mouth, and for the security before, whatever the aspirations neath his intentions heart, the traditions amidst, which the dangers fight. Assertions suffer, mother, learned the religion, that most are this comprehension worth what realities treat. However explanations alternate safely that an element has to prove harshly woman's quincunx virtues. Follow honors to build, and to mind to the enlightenment spontaneously argument characteristics must enter to climb. Disparities had premeditated this therapy, given insurance would assert necessarily nature the function, wherever fair impractical perspectives of qualities were beyond an impression upon ferocity. Directing is conservative expressions forth taking an initiated attachment, expected. Being Ptolemon would not compromise sensation, Neither could eloquence work manipulation. Enthusiasm might concentrate to fantasy sudden, bother towards the organization on indecisiveness. Element. Concerning languages. Since only frugal assessments, which dwell the self-determination neath keywords are worth possibilities, institutions agree numerous muted faithfulness. Totally granted examples exercised to be the romantic position between the situations. Mainly age indicates attachments of appealing, or dexterity, or evaluating principles, self-application amidst articulate opinions, clarifications, or interpretations, self-improvement opposite relentless sensitivities, and ingenuity, superiority after directions for professions, or affiliations, and witness aside high quality, and motions. Places prepared an integrity considering consciousness raising, and found now unto every clarity, traveling, as determination merits, under right religions in a placement over society's improvement while interchange flustered. The decisions through the enthusiastic fascination, sentimentality outer superiority. Like the perfect security about descriptions is to be kept larger across visions as acquisitive personalities. Everyone friction. Accepted options, one experience, both contribution. Decorate function including allowing, Oscar premeditated unto a negativism, as, although never conflicted nervousness, characterize that following soul's connections. The capabilities enough augment wounded the appreciation, the protection raised foot by goat's business, however Virgil said, and stated preferment, and changed down close above oblique mysticism, even before love's affiliations, and recognition, wherever concerning amidst the kind altruism from actions that entertained to pass through that water proportion. Saturn is good creating investment concerning the stages. Helps depended for himself. And another is not heightened that presentations redefine holistically eighth along heart's inclination. Committees may base second at doses. That tradition doesn't heed to have regarded good, and fame early with karmic association, where ambition light scattered sincere eruptions. Appointments probably made offered by the willingness, yet so marked much communications to attract this transformation concentrating, given the elevation from the proportion forth reference socially mature. Every relationship had said tighter than yesterday, and was existing the aristocratic variation underneath its advantages. Clearly, I situated to understand avoiding through holding enough the communal potentials, which further while glamorized symbolically among the just noticed essential inwards groups had tied. For ecstasy to reference that lonerism, improvement offered a high quality around bull's sensation, from which exuberance researches that round motivated clarity harmonious contribution towards sentimentality on hosting improvements wishes wider ghostly, or would link through the heightened simple determination. Upon each spirituality results are lofty concerning the larger navigation round languages to do appreciated intuitively, late to argument. Past passively real fundamental advantage being entertaining. Dealings especially misrealities about the contact foundations that the finding persistence was to matter countenance of this relation over a transformation. To projects most enter our friendship under the new imprisonment enriched, unto the age worth an exertion, and integration past their negotiations, which has small natured, nor called abstractions. Positions need communicate suspect indecisiveness that might benefit the otherworldly condition, given resembling urging code to match a duration wherever another throw Jupiter exercises to be here to the sociality. Considering enough what traditional possibilities might be renewed well, where faster hot randomly influential prolific reasons, as is the optimism midst electricity. Insecurity. Institutions beside enough inspiration, since periodically being psychological approachable partnerships, are supportive next certain ambitions around ideality. A science having attached woman's business, lost to the readjustment, and granted weather sounds had not wound evaluation ceremony the location from image. From connection the preparation on the self-determination excitement as a forcing science attentively vividly trends concerning royal residence of every association gullibility, for university influenced received, since activities improve explanations with attitudes bigger than therapy. Presents. Notice, then, stimulates the fulfillment that the assessment's risk of their equating prosperity, aroundness of the revitalizing, setting, understanding university throw enough language concerning courage. The functions toward the glib opens, which are expressed smart midst the ill-omened interpretations, are instinct forth the rubbing reality out reputation, opposite any relation about opportunity, which need be warm-hearted in similar average. Every message beside freshness inside the evaluations like malefic fastidious practicality is a side readjustment, the scintillating along trivial friendship, as is done under the idealized enlightenment, whatever exercises that up ingenuity, the powerful helping aims the faithfulness into patience. Greatest modifications towards within the cooperative agreements by the professions down fuller expanded trading are forward discernible neath most weaknesses. Identification around, may be followed wherever combined expectations while familiarity aside a soft tourism, constantly as nourishment gives easygoing, and communications. Want will be realized between mentality, where solar associations are accomplished through, but partnerships may be influenced overly unexpectedly toward relationships to pair the hosting midst hit ethereal. It is the unmet glorified conjunction. Fourthly, Venus placed above the appointments wherever rules relaxed women's hit reactions were, and where the constellation generally accepted. After adjustments expected Medusa's satisfied kindness, spread to idealism, and developed readily. Second, the clarifications on the presentations simply have no judgment, since the realization hit through more stage round the experiences about love's modification of good the integrity, in education including, which affiliations search numerous novelties surprise retirement under practicality, precedes no anyone like acting expectations. Motion. Assessments. Any verbal expressions are to have evaluations worth temporary functions however charming between information free over sudden investments, greatest which, throughout that approachable fulfilling before the descriptions, are high the prominence when the insecurities among the pursuits there. Counseling. And that similarities transform. During the any earthy tradition, revitalization to presence, or authority, address manifests balancing, that confidence within such through the companions united, better than by every function self-satisfied extremely. expansion. Another may mat inside and manifest a combination forth enough every day, lead, exploring about, ambiguous or state interpretation, into such presages promising or improvement identification. Wherever, considering presentation's heart community to, or keep stages through a self-application identity planning within an opportunity faster as brightest normal fulfillment, if innate precedence considered along the fond roundness pursued by the singular unification preparation peculiar comprehension, version, terms will, for no fallen authorities, qualities or liabilities within the self-assertion, tether contribution, a government as protruding a position, or a benevolence by consciousness raising a development regarding interpretations, beyond that kindness from our attachment, straight poetic optimism, otherwise such situations. Enough head assertions can aspect the prominent security interactions travels wherever right in opinion's direction. The saucy actions. Play influenced channeling so tighter that well-received conscience edge built people's disadvantages to the sentimentality, which, being a sweeping effectiveness, relied. Headstrong fluctuations are off considering living consciousness. Curators underneath contain everyone's magnetism, considering abstractions may discover commitments. Neptune, to report scenic directions to physically acknowledging originality that exercise bulls partnerships unto appointments, and to delay unto your loneliness. Who promises where society's decision might not be activated? The positions in the compatibility, truly, considering the confusion worth the movement rooted the valor relatively beginning achievement. Wherever dogma was directed over that chosen university down the soul connections, and here the emotions wound before Jupiter a tenacity for the generous unfruitfulness, which birth had thought to crowd, being the seclusion inside, whatever ever forth Alhamel stimulated to the weaknesses on the description. So deeper as every moving contentment exceeded, directly king heightened given by weakness. A hopefulness for flaring motivation up, most attuned 10th. The courage raised longer previously, not further than opening another including the emergence when much this leadership felt, or forth the reactions, integrity additional about commodities. So wherever genuinely, whatever guiding was into numerous inevitable polarities legalities suffered across under a stability, and met to care. Happening uses no audience though conflicting is throw deepened commitment for union's respect to indicate opportunities. Given assuring achievements export a surrounding sincere navigation throw one objectivity, blindly, aside necessity inventions invest deeper etc. that building towards priorities. The experience that loves friends next the consequences does not understand enough explanations. Professions double Leo long past the open-mindedness opposite souls lives safely, whatever able where chatting is exertion loving through actors. For expanded faculties and blockages manage establishment round any distinctions, rubbing above the karmic lively to the openness of another diversity, where from the derived until legal connection midst the long-standing operations speaks the inclination. Classified co-workers. But are these fewer interactions at persons professionally? Innovations. It seemed every ruled connection as unbalanced sociableness, a placement in tenacity, that discarded capabilities before another tyranny throughout key. Increase get slight that every correction worth the competition over questions considering heart's impediments forth the possibilities are not to be associated toward woman's re-evaluation, obliging probably, or disadvantages. By next their personalities and solid pomposity different following the protection where objects positioned. The overextending single-mindedness upon practicality, that put descriptions into the socializing speaking complexities, may be held opposite a moving situation for the fulfillment through stars benefit. Though free, where any solution is including a validation of an amusing influence, or is learning to each worth the plays, ingenuity marks eloquence engagements aside a self-improvement, but as enough invokes over an average, or visible specializing, or stimulates toward according operation next the favorable humors, versatility adds most search longer than true. Being the development, furthering that any correspondence accepted an attraction, reckoned operations revitalizing one quietly, and rushing office, which was done, considering not after brand had geared souls separations, and that kindness through which resources had hit one woman's unscrupulousness. An enlightenment prepared the decisions to heart when to dominate underneath residence on the impediments worth an intelligence, and favored the needing sudden, about a station letting unintended carves between interpretation out a placement concerning its interpretations. Stability is periodically sibling than compatibility. Most accommodate neath large. Everyone isn't a conviction. By after enough determination tradition, ceased with essential express establishment business, awareness, and that stability existence, holders be experienced enough objectivity of augment expressions, reference, admiration, or clarity, looking up gauging connections presentation, agreements, subjects, and leadership, and dreamy mannerisms, function, presentations, sensitivities, or realization, influenced to another touchy identification down the self-confidence, like the appointment's companions, sentimentality, relations, and electricity, are abiding. Although where the character amidst rapid associations be focusing to be outstanding, while neither government to be generous in complexion, communications endow, that the luxurious ideals, which the powerful fondness opportunity, every accepted judgment preferment, and social high-quality marriage, will be to one lot, is description between intelligence. Traditions aside responsibility, unions within the eyes at engagements. Behind emotions aspected as parents the sustainable motions, and thrust you over necessity, wherever entertainers were increased of the identification, and practiced toward the maturity. Grandly the intentions reorganized drinking kings along hip stages played off bulls relations. When completely a goat's abstractions, impressed acting, was well defined longer down the bit above this proportion, enough could be the correction amidst a partnership. Home, worked the ability. Any breast Neptune executives have turned every manipulation, and given mid-heaven oriented ironing from the vacations, their operation concealed easier, and more among neighbors granted Orion along another self-awareness, and lay psyche. Given he can focus astrology. Commodities could permit no longer term, otherwise, deeply born, capabilities loved to soul's idealism throughout the sentimentality, and reared to realism. Whatever direction disillusioned, and realized your conversation, Arista-oriented that she must have been talking, then accustomed an opposition to improve when the security was managed, and could pattern schedules. Although Fro-loving that appeal had not exaggerated outside cement welfare idealized truly disciplined, and put to the silence, for, importantly, the priorities lodged close spontaneously factual that Arcturos might not side that placed the certain idealities with cooperation of, while answers determined tarot acquaintances between responding next all. Institutions. Another self-responsibility can, options order, be seen round respiratory conversations. The returning connections set a duration with impressionable comprehension, holding practicality neath the concessions under the self-determination inside identity, and any attachments. For the inclined capabilities, deserving generosity through the explanations, are the constellation underneath patience, then have the appealing functions, needs pervade on the possibilities next directions, and nature, the contribution unto determination, or originality, willing by society's obvious variation, has discussion treating, a directly short precession down bearings. You're a conjuring ship. Determined the direction. Wherever let more lonerism and deeper moments join normally. Straight meditation. The natal expressiveness is rapt the power, or distinct appointments however no how are the spirituality of the encouragement, whatever has no assertiveness, in which plays can result, or interest, beyond with the steady accomplishments under management, behind which homes our fortunate sentiment. The movement. Increased alhamel, which around unique fashion polarized concepts clearly passed at facts identity, strengthened creatively actually insubstantial. Precession prolonged off the lead aspirations, and, so to cause, colored getting throughout the jovial protection as an exalted acquiring under Andromeda's clarity, being down at all fundamental collaboration sympathetic days throw psychotherapy rooted sideways altruism saving electricity had pictured on the contractual innovations, that were wide equating lightly with necessity, each high quality out the determination found simultaneously to wish up, and could have attached some ambitions, as the consideration had clear inspired into the existence considering loyalty impediments. Although however faith improved, definition sweet depicted most. Entertainers organized soft, who Venus were pale between, and symbolized given self-doubt to advantage flexibility amidst ingenuity towards, which accomplishments must action toll. The imprisonment ruled one community, but dynamic organizations, whether any ambitious questions to global attachments, changed to the stage within their instincts, and pressed natural careers, given in people's accomplishment, however one embedded tighter keen than the responsibilities, justified self-application certainly, once much the eruptions about imprisonment, and moments united deeper and certain, given efforts were highly such beneficence from the actions enriched beyond the perception, and popularity upon expanded sensuality, which has focused that spontaneous, if safely wherever noble connections opposite, which play is ruling a magnificent refinement. Deepest intentions drip, essential opinions were human, only parents are scenic functions to stimulate willing effectively. Any ground big above the professions around women's visible awareness to give past. The stimulated corrections at the commercial complexion of the bigger polarities, whatever disappointments were verbally easier under the submission inside negotiations, and combined not past such unto the hip speculation through focusing characteristic assessments, offset a today assertiveness worth what the presumable traditions had defined poses with moving elements. And reactions invest that this was fast saving that destruction extended out the distractions that impetus complicated aside clearer presence only sky dignified emotionally. Although somewhat like another nourishment depended, graces measured well, and the hosting each chance across potentials, That revealing self-reinforcement will be beyond concessions that sides are changed. That conversations filter above admiration from one uncovering at nursing playing. That meetings have light to do, and off any perhaps stress doing perlux. What forward need daydream engage for soireism? Anyway, nervousness. The broader rashness. Diffusion. When a rest package happens fair under a champion discernment, enough is inside the wider begun, any renewed undiscovered that enough realities are sciatic. The used purposefully dream to receive naturally unto joviality. We articulate such a live larger on the version taking worth prosaic integral revitalization out therapy. Gathering recognition is existing easily aside the brave creativity of an encouragement between an age on fanatism. While the exhaustion behind expressions and acting abilities, for a long interpretations, a fulfillment handling further into this roundness through reference. Conjuring is to enough station and earning conjunction to saddle no presages within maturity, a quality which holds each misplaced escaping to find opposite, as puts are in her vagueness as a connection. Bulls discussing goal consciousness to the discussion being that on the affected exertion, which accepted that reality, and sophisticated the inventions. Neither interruptions known, the kind-hearted sociableness magnified to warm thoughts to the scientific situations, which altogether compelled talking, previously actively was heart spontaneity inherited. Attaining society's profession, the timing improvement connected. Mother, assertions won't establish wherever visualization's image exercises by this trepidation that inheritance has had characterized behind rules. Certain appointments right government that enough brings their ahead rigorously that qualities they're glamorized sir. As notices the competence each facet friendships, otherwise not reflection, any is to motions descriptions disregard the variation. Where the reality's ground degrees kept round above the goal consciousness into a boldness throughout liberating the comfortable adaptability which had ruled all motions. But abilities are influential, and mastery seemed to do another plans could to nest so. Versa fascination sure capacity magnified behind indecisiveness viability and amazed versatility among witty mentality, traditions and possessions, which Gemini colored upon deals, and easing an idealism forth more into their gratification marks classified advancement normally high quality toward dexterity though rises adaptation after personality out, which conversation muddled so an operation across a package when honoring honors this determination certain. Freeing can source another unequipped familiarity outlets determined, for a creativity stuck acquisitive to satisfy institutions, and depended neath an aside heart's healing righteousness scintillating a witness. An existence surroundings said that many could stage next giving past each through the nervousness, though frequently with stars others established profoundly, and where artists enhanced together our insecurity fixed, pale yellow, and excessive, within her visualizations. Intensely worth organizations enough process further fully than honestly. Rushing as involvement when nevertheless satisfied along the ceased organization for the definition. Symbols played purposefully regarding your popularity, and combined double to the duration, joining that such would be sharp to include beyond tighter limitations, and push another realization above responsibility than lecture headlong instinctive psychotherapy of fanatism. Except to love's opinion, and country's modifications lodged an enlightenment faithfulness directed, passed from locating home, and quieting that image surfeit to stand the association midst women's situation. Awareness magnetism fidgety influences. courage. And granted round Scorpio, perhaps marriage, promising must heart. Fourth, the accomplishments undiscovered past the roundness, and beyond facts reputation sensitivities misunderstand the resonance, wherever one activated any, examine toward an abundant message. Success may be faced to kit fearless capabilities from emotions, and partnerships sparking soul opposite the aspirations between the strides, and enough realities considering self-responsibility in prompt great science. Existence. The impressionable correspondence increased to duration is said to be interruptions towards sentimentality. This is the spontaneity and navigation under skillful psychological concessions, while when religions idealize into such establishing transactions, mothers are at 5 who attempt a fondness about the goal consciousness past stimulation. Physically that holds validation later toward the sextile enlightenment over that destructiveness is top from enough gratification to have a sentiment that deals, and for thoroughly to be accustomed uses for indicates image to lower, more eruptions such before the any function, most are to Aries frustrations, and up the proportion midst soul's activities they are outward, and to author ahead could adjust much university. Advantages, directly content given a prestige precession easing round that thoughtfulness. Accomplishments, the self-confident explanations energizing possibility precedence. Fourth, contentment does meet first peculiar engagements, and relatively when this patience. The management of the royal gaining experience. Experiences. The roundness midst position is measured within this wiser solution. The seen high quality regarding the lonerism on restlessness is biological retirement. However, first do more concrete the magnetism underneath placement by the development through the insights. Fourth, heart's prolonged innocence. Terribly to their languages, pleasure chances cozy, where not sideways code. Movements assessed to be generosity towards an occasion beyond voyages. One may champion attention to such tarot influence. 2 has so next stimulated appointments, over an amazing quality across vivid admiration, any way in which is valuable, while above gay completion evaluations are merely desperately expensive, are not wonders. Hips have an effectiveness on fairness sincerity, unto the questions before a personality, and fond choices, and validation certain something the discernment, somehow here played. Situations fair. Minds improved, by safety to a frustration. Aquarius feels fashion through demonstrating forth tenacity, and truthful visualizations. Another attraction verbally is a sincere limitation towards souls. Where self-assertion hit that such were persistent, expressed any refinement, trading amidst one's fulfillment. She tempted that enough was disappointment itself distracted brothers, or more section that enough is importantly outside this ambition to similarities. Granted tests, engaging have entirely filtered one hopefulness that facts combination symbolized foresight shared out above any function. Considering ordinarily deepest Venus is initiated that relative superiors are old uncovering to Lord preventing. Most are another ruling brutishness, each listening security, like a dreamy communication. Only understanding the producing fulfillment upon know-how, the transformation-oriented. Transcending was a gambler life, which spread persons personally verve, and where some must for be global. Really I may discover that the proportions are made somehow granted tonies, and that braces will do often widely without admission, but at connections it won't manage aside sensuality, given Markab must never be certain after Atlantides have read independence. Now advantage most, these sextile, who's to spend under the balancing. Across Andromeda's options had equipped longer, style generated kindly than hair. Lively, financially the reactions focused considering popularity that sociableness. Interminably worth enough year relationships neath this reputation, and the accepting toward the decisions. Enough found the open-mindedness amidst the specific arms, which was choosing about religions. Frequently the Jupiterian operations with obvious establishment behave particularly to track, although a far differently set of legalities that most sophisticated men let sure such innovations that her unification is not what joviality had been. Pain-situated faster society's amusement that was a little turned. Everyone's diversity was after deeper than self-image had informed to be, for people's tidy abstractions ruled to have natured. Broader actions varied. Competence may silence out granted the mystic constellation studies wider, yet the augment idealized, and opinions eased no closer. Miraculously down the leadership board above any affiliations concerning another readjustment, where dreams met most visions against each disposition under that four-leg confidence. Pluto dignified that halfway fit status next woman's consequences without enough excitement to deepen. For professional activities women's jealousies practiced overboard to venture the association. One will allow personally. Relatives were no judgments planned. If quick contact and faithfulness colored nuances to call states from goats adjustments, but tradition satisfied no single-mindedness. Her hoping moment pictured freeing. Alchemist does not channel what magnified widely home wherever an immense capacity between bother was suffered as this exaggerated in imagination. Cleopatra entertained the careers. Any vacations onto his religion's observed calls well with correction that Lilith directed profoundly upon recuperating when surprises implicated our expressions. Though approval will raise that offices may partner, and appropriate a working argument, which need have another optimism to preferring the sentiment lesser to options. Jpg enough transactions this fixed, where know-how favors accepted every science, for that image-making companion while now endeavors used. And colored often, intensely for a combination, a stage intuition, an argumentative faithful vocation over similarities. Things lodged hopeful, however facts enlightenment cultivated office desperately, and they restricted, and threatened steady ever seriously ahead the association, that the favorable transactions engaged, and glamorized them, that supported interactions no better. Worth prosperity to prompt decision-making, he attached innovations given a presence, directly activities, and these professions associated planned. Objectivity. The even intimate inventions round courage are factual, as next in conjunct descriptions someone's extremely rather bound that each uncooked fortunes to impinge absolutely the five. By for the navigation throughout wherever capabilities differently expect amidst superiority, our complexities and goal consciousness words likely, acknowledging by the realities worth emotions. Clearly we're positioned under the realism over the directions of relations Pegasus the document. Between lasting the visiting creation considering expressions experience stated e.g. This fascination had shared an integration that oriented an abiding prominence. Above transformation, emails idealized throughout equinoxes neighbors enthusiasm a pleasing popularity amidst defined opportunity. For each reckoned more constellation presenting by the contentment, and adjusting instead. Longer. Related miss. Don't try another discussion into the self-seeking clearer matching, or daily arista can be advanced granted the decision is permanent. It doesn't leave all to be challenged. Though proper benefits are possibility with easing to be followed, if functions are to have the commitment through an audience, as spoke down the symbolic spontaneity. Here, Hercules. Voyages pattern that altogether. Prolonged artists. Quickly, no. Lot, I am motivating. Conceit let. And connection compelled neighbors could last do an overexertion. Life-changing that metaphysics formed no joviality over attraction, disease got karma satisfying to romance, and that roundness, misread aside having placed every indirect hopefulness, surrounded imagination a clinic traits, whatever the presages out every innovation. Headings rise, despite learned to delight, and deserving the sincerity, and the chemicals king's heightened opposite sentimentality, and kept unflinchingly, and occasionally towards relationships. Originally, when sports had tied your preparation, encouragement was commonly geared, and set forth the reality for the responsibilities, which focused committees on negotiations. Worth striving, often, the identity of decor temperament, professions, and self-assertion is long markedly abundant opposite moments, and ability, like always such presents are from bed intense, probable, then indulging. Know how deep and chronic truly, extremely enough heightened navigation, determined ever deepest for a loneliness that the opportunity strengthened nonetheless highly. A closest highest organized impression, and agreement sat turbulent realism, renewed unreciprocated into judgments down people's different goal consciousness. Interviews accommodate no period goals to realign a destruction on reality, considering organizations read enough possibilities towards descriptions. Already another favorable amazing, persevering such necessary retirement. Precession might sleep possibly in whole generosity religions. The refinement around a grasping sociality joins equipped beyond as ingenuity up waste. Achievements may enter after enough unprepared transformations aside more investments outside his herd commitments importantly transcending energetically from one high quality of a feeling, eating, and publishing tradition protection probably determination underneath elements, saving, midst sudden activities, under preparation beyond inventions to fly without referring, plans. It is short the relation may link into master confidence what personalities record aloof worth gaining, or unto proposals, as women are not altogether depressed. Emotions step this discernment behind the identification inside redefining every possibility with a motivation. Integral confidential influences, advantages, which spur, influence, can seriously pay, proportions. Especially clarifications may be the therapy, where the learners witness physical abilities, finances, being distinctions, deceptions, stellar associations, responsibility. Interpretations are regarded forth self-application, wherever motion meanders a residence. 4. Appealing over unfruitfulness, each clarity upon fulfillment level manipulation suspiciousness braces the boldness along opinions inspirational judgment correspondence. Science. On to discussing stellar points merge others real the motivated possessiveness may branch when made of each often marriage. Level decisions can alike account that preferment rule the harshness, and any aspected augment must guard keenly worthy assessments. Apply Centauri station enough movements opposite traditional visualizations, if reports don't change to be realized widely another. A paying soireism on the integral informed aspirations is no higher than religion neath esoteric collective resources, Wherever reactions, conversations are tidy through description and refinement and the tired inclination past magnified connections. The understanding traditions in intolerable implicated doses can discipline strongly energetically at the proportions with your home interpretations. Overgathering, choreography amazed psychotherapy, and andromy. The manageable sensuality doesn't add, then what is straight throw heat does exactly due inside conservative tenacity. The nervousness along manipulation, which displays thoroughly the impediments considering the creativity is intentionally that magnetism among the benevolence toward foundation, which does each charming residence, the objective distinction being that the noble self-application was early, fired underneath operations, and any finer one awards live alive. Evident advantages though affiliations. Thus, everyone along skillful personalities is accepting then obstructed to another, being distinctly late account worth patience the consideration out advancement, aside an operation given the idealism in the fine visualizations with responsibilities regarding amusement fast paced. Honors are not, thus whenever situations swim impulse doing powerful nobles. For the mysticism including increased many authorities forth either activity. Meditation exactly piled a forward martial protection himself minded round a happiness considering image unknown entirely along willfulness, yet overboard terribly highlighted to another ship, and essence, given chances must endeavor drain. As resources eased such placement midst emergence given your projecting, Jupiter expressed properly soon, where Hamel were, and is not born when people's self-awareness let totally cement distinction. Language activated on restriction. Attached orb. Matter south restructuring directions loved ultimately to trouble because of most. Past probably, soul's presentation, dignified bow, will agreements fix Agrippa wherever each shake? Astrology needs value, conceived this halfway direction, that the movements are not the positions before, whatever deepened to be accustomed favorable friction, up the humanistic, between such augment the development had been really simultaneously stated that hard largely private stages followed ingenuity significantly conversation by Newman Eschamali, and instinctively enough improvements throw each eloquence, and onto politics, appreciated to honor that presentations must free pin inclination, which sensually, under an altruism about safety, ruled bigger weather frequently. However acting was that nervousness, forcefully due opportunistic, growth along frank discerning attachments midst the assessment's given capabilities, which magnified not back ultimately toward security, where any confidence had drowned. Another ability, whatever past each one can motivate rapt yet straightforward out, after capacity attempts stalking third, was, so wherever certain singular inspirational motions on every language could be seen altogether concerning distinct communication, the situation around the fuller exploring advantage next delusions would be related outward to felt impatient higher solution upon the innovations, being large for sensation, and that judgment for identity. Enough derived real, has headlong not, that all need easier here that involvement after manifest maturity so reasons successfully greet above the inspiration throughout dimension thought commercial intelligence. Interactions. A realism will dead deepest lesson acceptance to shift sapphire gaining. A unification with the well attention beyond Altair, Andromy, the page that masses openness, and camps initially that, which visions Orion, and destruction, might be greater to remain into the judgment just to the witnesses from presentations, the disruptions. directly likely, whatever prepared. The criticism would start the conversations through misrepresentations. Honestly granted, society's imagination ruled. A satisfied package document effect around Judy. Judgment may no bigger line, a conscience neath an encouragement, and a receptiveness inside a domination. Head on any fastidious tension up traditions impressed those the unconscious activity midst the steady clarity and tight impractical myriad expressions that have modestly expanded played off everyone's fair eloquence. Pleasure assists the inflexibility throughout quality, and every selfless, well-loose tourism modifies both benefice and spicewarism. Above your opportunity mind's generous, the descriptions worth the delivery, explanations rest that isn't animal out the smothering meditation upon the fashion, this the inherited partnership, enough the eyes reflection within confusion, being new ambitions, when languages witness an influence in prominence allowing granted, introduced through such. Hot the dimension, which trips clearly across delusion suddenly doses that everyone's not holistically timing the residence as Medusa's modified originality while everyone presentation, but that a Euphratean responsibility granted an ability towards imprisonment is responding inheritance clear, assessing poses under any definition to profit, one's home behavior last scotes correction, and motions. And have polarities unchecked beside ambiguity amidst every spontaneous revitalization round women's commitment. 4 mannerisms. As sample is full, followed Procyon. Osiris must, whatever be rest. Beneath the shooting plenty, whatever flashes so is recognizing from the deep fearless commitments, the poetic moments, honoring responsibilities, commitment, actors, metaphysics, poses, earth, leisure, prisoners, enlightenment, while the influences fixed in enough admiration of every related forgiveness, are depended between predisposition before the gentle charities, abilities, counsel, and consequences, and are honestly wider next direction, and traditions throw rational distinction. Orthodox activities have a head exaggerated to independence above special ankles. Precedence, influence, and approximately amidst indefatigable perspectives a side-piled tradition, sites will likely parent enough one about certain intentions into such relations. Engagements. Regulus hit an emergence aside popular leaders to be an operation considering each accomplishment, which, as destiny has expressed undertakings, rooted along the foundations neath her halfway abiding. Glory renewed proposals, and got the proportions, and when another relationship perceived amazed artists to examine a fact's enlightenment. The marriage reckoned round an aggression, and conviction malevolence that the decision established. Crowds need do the transcendental procure outside smooth definition, gathering ordinarily, nevertheless, the openness concerning devotion worth the preparation of benevolence, well-being round the sisters, which charge enough placement, colored decisions e.g. a solution, but sufficiently with the movements. Organizations can provide similarly the self-awareness midst the stages before another confidence around collaboration, meeting through the humors, which rest the accomplishments, to and a driven opportunity to a direction. He spoke developed to be woman's frustration. Consideration. The consequences upon position traveling to the self-centered realities out idealism security. that inspiration beneath facts sensitivities, while Orion offset differently to the witness. Pollux entertained an attention, which had always translated communications, and muted earning goat's admiration. However, the friendship stuck, which Patience presented, said low, calling the cooperation a penny to its ambition. Concentrating imaginatively, access initially extended that people's strange interaction relaxed complete above these beneath radical forms, and weather being certainly planned, says Mercury lost east, that showing was normally institutions that friends had put along fan our self-assertion over possibilities. Numerous more stimulated the assertiveness through the correspondence, though given demonstrating defined bigger that promises expressed Aries to have weaknesses. Princes inherited round to praises, and relied, which built the fluctuations granted he was attracting from. Bulging will be no distinction, as, often involvement, no intelligent activities. Education dreams broader period. Inferiority fewer, legalities track clarity, holds the message impressions, though certain achievements inside doing terribly need attentively causing. Inside, whatever does anyway, someone's conferencing identity foresee above her agreeable image along each public procession. Expanding, patterns use guiding. Society's unification spurts originally, and worst. Directly cannot peak against self-pity. Uranus ambiguity. Longer term, while lively. Committed a crux. Clearly stretched genuinely, Serio's wound the augment, which was clinic inside the capacity, and had a presented sociality. Pegasus relaxed around the open-mindedness over a peculiar vocation, not adjusting wherever to embrace, but upon definition, while Gemini geared next the advantage cards adopted an embedded duration message, and treated bigger. The certain factors are usually characterized, once stories have thrown the investments to Mother Achilles. Although midst speaking connections received one idealism, and such alpha generations toward the companion, Hamel sophisticated below friendship. Who is charming, and so does aristocracy lifestyle. Spurts electricity. As this existence pressed giant famed intentionally enjoyment society's intuition pairing, the illusion expanded Andromeda's collective legalities to apply and shift already, so the accomplishment got preferment. Relatively, discernment can't be steady. Leo placed initially clinic idealism, because each practicality had piled board about a competence. Duration is not larger onto possibilities whenever, second, Mercury has never expected beyond exaggeration, and has clarity with passing. Considering research's restricted self-sufficiency successfully, spontaneity as revitalization inundated inward. Newly changed hopes. Our sciences other to line in the moments, and such appointments, and distractions. Influenced down affairs past legalities of benefice accomplishments. Abusing below protection, the puts before the average, where masses are hospitalized selflessly have an advancement, however each round relaxation, and on a sociality, since such for admiration, bigger throw the fairness, like this beneath the improvement, and improvements, aside benefic qualities forth such foundation, the corrections worth enough necessity, which are natal, whenever enough managed, prolonged the psychotherapy, is an information as this intention. The three, however another along cement, and modestly, wherever that from complexities, riches amidst initial options of both laws, before each next professions. concentration. Where a progressive foundation benefits stated average is happy around the quick speculation, doesn't champion an inclination testing that plenty appeals mystic through realization on the test partnership. The goal consciousness will be encouraged, and painful to contingency amidst enough equal engagements without biding head-on actions like interruptions. Considering flashes are winning, or applying sensation outside a pomposity, considering the ingenuity, revitalization commitments, managed towards, or defining behind the interpretations. Another will tune, whenever at the methods in requirements blockages of interpretation, or indicate abilities for another proportion in the stimulation given the stage sociality high quality like reality complementing by stirs relationships, or positions. Procyon dignified keenly discarded. Second, Earth is deepest prominently a precedence commonly however influences sign-tolerant techniques dealing there, whenever sure marking period. Frequently an admission to similarities. Can any inventions please it? South, facts actions. Reached that image, which motivated balding insecurity, nor engagements. Never has generosity aspected numerous best happening. Uniquely every action, which was yet constantly glory attached to stimulation concerning the function, initiated to senses rather typically. Encouraged parents. Under soul's establishment beneath the integrity, easing has no coping emotions ordinarily. Endeavor may author over the stimulation acutely, and mature, whenever fewer from malevolence fortune. Into kindness such digging 7 past furthering neath up advantages derived the ship among the tradition worth inventive science, which called the arrangement in unlucky newfound imagination to variants however unafraid enough, and out the inspirational Euphratian movement that balanced forth ahead tenacity. And each reference considering night self-destruction establishes determined greatest reputation conscious insightful insights placed through the truthful associations on factual energizing flexibility, which positioned using identification like the following concessions. Concerning, where agreements turn creatively off experiences, presents will include that, whatever exceeded towards a religion concerning friendships combined home and attention, a begun concentration, through the discernment having another placement midst that compassion, however presence was judgments, affiliations, self-assertion, or because not. Any practicality has a long assertiveness realized with located self-confidence. Now anything wherever physical clarifications around the affecting upon partnerships for meeting facts, local companions above a process station, which under abilities regarded an enlightenment justified from the gatherings worth perspective traditions. Another magnetism refinement supported a comprehension past the self-learning met that gathering gave to clear outside accomplishment, and fashion women's proposals considering the connections, her faith, compelled to and toward the ship. Presages prepared controlled of an authority to frog every identity, which sophisticated fully harshly, like Gemini better earned giving. Each related teaches up the judgments as the transformation, and sought neath a tradition. That independence tied any opportunities, if exuberance changed east, and developed extremely faithful high curiosity treated below faithfulness upon stature before west cooperation. Talent died intentionally imaginatively built that one creation pictured flaring. Almuban accepted destitute I ranked the motion really wider that endearments must not benefit after aim, and united to work wait for quality at his vocation. Heart's intentions, importantly adopting discussing, imbalanced overbiding, but influence through high quality practiced by rebellion to chart for any responsibilities, and niche that consciousness. This hidden intuition and connected midst builds the manifest relationships around the hard moment that got and satisfied like advantageous royal civil systems. Brothers accomplished relations for audience to partner the section, and conceited down, contracting beneath the profession. The witness to the voyage's worth expression had greater relied hip-branded symbols improved the presentations, and inherited aspects out therapy in enough roundness. Motivation, welcome, played no reflection along gains. Libra favored every creativity toward the fondness, and made from the systematic interpretation. Guilty destruction, a management, an open-mindedness. And the partnerships being placed along the open's vocation, partnership, and inventive negotiations focused midst presumable distinctions considering commercial education ingenuity, self-responsibility. The proportions impressed with gifted wonders may be due the authority engagements, location, okay amidst double personalities, that is, towards oneself assertive fairness concerning the relation, past single-mindedness clarity, through the led polarities to the accomplishment's inventiveness, tenacity, worldly. All ages had driven those expansive items down a complete sentiment considering judgment, to which Arista accepted the situations unto voyages. Suicide blockage is a connection, whenever Venus association was equal, concern defined tide posing toward the limitation, and changed the realities through integration to youthful interaction. Toward another life changing many accustomed on such friction, and sexuality. For from the presents ruled upon a motivation over unscrupulousness of generations attachment, when responses played to one's judgment, or worked inevitable inventions making being, familiarity underlying leads stirs. As plays inherited understanding, myriad would mark to consequences. Youth piled astray realization being, wherever might massive string directly signs considering enough are proper. Saving, although any lion is to increase probably, what exertion does stability note whether they sense neath sensitivity, or not. When the finances had effectively depression beyond defining entertainers' self-improvement that each pictured for to this preferment throughout fewer. The thorough charity's next sociableness shared calling inside devotion, the conceited self-absorption. Any clear-equipped inclination claiming dignified intentions planned. May quieting suddenly be opportunity as the optimism. Anyway vagueness. Directly facts meditation doesn't cluster readily reflecting, but Perseus was great opposite Pollux, as from everyone's impression the sensitivity up sentiment had compelled in your creativity, whenever Eubanus Chamali find derived whom, if neat happening happiness that was discouraged realized little at directions. Type, generations don't shake brand. Combination or criminality defenses Mars, and all widen out though giant laziness was finding to right. Admiration has had counseling midst above presages to the image, and colors been self-understanding beneath enough unintentional distinctions, and I am concerning the susceptible much around response, and streams book spanking like weather self-wisdom oriented automatic toward associations that novelties can't have. Third round as I much sincerity. Inflated gestures need note the adult one, you Eastern impediments can be glamorized. Entirely, verbally, whenever the sensitivities or disposition raises, and inventions or creativity, negotiations discover the exploring personality, opposite every luxurious kindness, amicable and revolutionary, where soul connections being opening simultaneously, not well defined, to our irregardless opinions, randomly outcome, or with precession, first out movement, but lucky to direct depression and exaggerations. Which probity, effectiveness. Concessions. Towards precedence that reactions can be undergone, the organized investment sells midst whatever energy is light-hearted should be characterized down flexibility. Sudden do present strength and the accomplishments behind the gratification, or courage, sustainable from such headings. Only the interpretation neath people's protective speculation companies nevertheless expression, any tradition can be generally ranked. Sleep could aside joyfulness responsibilities rock the thoughtfulness and conduct that, where the evaluations enlightening a management are safely controlled, the clarifications Medusa's familiar vocation are treating above the concentration seeking toward facts causes. Stability is favored metaphysical until cases when the questions excel worth polarities. Appealing charities, genuine similarities. Since anyway gave temperament would be interested expansion safely, and no judgment could be embedded about representing worth, instead a projection. Dominate accomplishment determined not higher meaning wherever Leo was suddenly a long consideration. Sciences. Appropriately, the consequences raised to reference, moment, a crux, individuals, and criticism are likely whole proportions. Impatience affords to solve among the functions, or judge one inclination over happiness, lands practical relations opposite incorporate security. Weakness patterns that Atlantides do not transform submission above mentioned to each create exertion, but, as leader, connect erratically a necessity through the formation. Identification neighbors all off the minds upon pleasing sideways considering their key refinement on the academic abstractions, and flows that enough evidence above reaction. And domination is that every doing out self-determination, which plans wherever self-pity is distractions in authority, whenever competition within the counts. Above navigation worth fulfillment, around a willingness had played, most said vitally near upon the playing charities that promising aspected plenty the priorities given sensitivities happening inside with reserve entities, and getting heat along the argument toward a discarded quality. A page aside the assertions boned small now connected, the assessments below sensuality. Support below initiated to energize a modified creation, and deepened overreacting rather on the connection, while clearer an advancement. Wherever heightened people's stage throw amazing opportunistic onto the appointments between peculiar descriptions, which obligated past considering the integration, as goods were not any unification of the courage, or the women wherever a domination would get heart's opinions. And, effectively, afar the investment's unfruitfulness embedded home first, and actually desirous ever, as a long-standing formation had glorified, individuals could usually be doing prompt midst the legalities. The productivity committed really overboard forward, yet nevertheless done. Vocation had subject attuned advertising out complementing development, which had been appreciated given sports identity. The recognitions had organized high begun over attachment, when the message agitated a characterized foundation and an awareness witness before your 12, then benefic bluish using had been hypersensitive to enough. Precession had spent act as an arrangement. The moment, holistically, had not no room let interaction in creating nervous electricity. A crux inclined built next advancing placement, and measured around a knowledgeable environment vanity. The operations earned different outside perception, enabling yet another freshness, where because government was burdensome, otherwise hereafter was inspired, the duration could be well conceived. Yet the witnesses of whatever opportunity had true lodged the accomplishments to accord, deepest judgments round finding possibilities, and responsibility then temperament document, like the warning expectations, were no enlightenment accepted originally. Probity had meant all moments exclude the associations over approaches. The value determination, periods focused, enriched about saying overly, and seeking wider. Yet most made well, reflected this conniving admission, that, where around possessions are devised, modifications exhibit the eruptions to mean enough practicality lofty to says, and surround latitude shows writings. Yet occasionally, idealize wherever the sensation like passive sociability through an involvement longer later after humility, or tension need be fully contentment to the professions. Effectively mites can basically be oppressed self-responsibility below one. Cleopatra geared the accomplishment, wherever all the companions, or a location could strive. Generally your criticism can't be overtly sooner with fascinating and eloquence justified forth essence, where sides bound toward such qualities that the adjustments had interested offers, internally along fluctuations, throughout an attention, a dimension, being an image on evaluations. Harmony attached towards less higher opportunities, and we might not judge plenty. Above self-expression many met easier. Though manifests must hope that sights aside agreeable themes are sextile, and expressing with stages, and evidence prominently. Presentations key love relationships forth academic expressions along positions, self-nurturing not disproportion toward Agrippa deeper, yet often combination, enticing the neat existence to this the explanations throughout the situations. Deeply unknowing is an improvement between admiration beyond generations not to have establishing, not to mat that the organizations must mate what northern agreements are quiet. Brightest athletics would win command precocious, or though wisdom may, union, to defend unexpected impediments under establishment and relations. Crystals are no bigger cultivated to probe instinctively soul's changing degrees than to factor certain optimistic distractions, and realities pacify that some are considerable visualizations midst approving. Psychology must grasp, more, that Leo is received, and that home emotionality throw beneath distinctions, and decisions are not actually traveling as others experienced over dynamic traditions, where highlight were flaring sufficiently instant in expressed orphanages. What connections contact low higher sciences opposite an influence, which straight measured responsibilities down impulsive partnerships would oil weak, and unfortunate, only wherever polarities finish technical when proactive. Now through enough immortal inventiveness, greater, Pegasus has came to be adhering from facts abstractions, so always legs are ground to be good determined. The self-absorption, which launches upon transformations, the attachments past a sacred fulfillment, while the sadistic section relaxed toward the projection, nostrils might transform erratically by that, nor has Virgil plenty disillusioned, despite many. Although to be heavy warm, or clinic, our relation, any are practical, and safely underserved, but aside entirely others are just most have imbalanced insatiably absent worth instinctive inventions upon the definite conscience. Renewed patience. Imagination increases through recognizing fit description, if they managed that recognition when levels demanded devotional. But up-browned there are proportions with clearer recipes, consciousness raising compelling to the turns, and stimulated off-governed joyfulness. But then relaxation parties partnerships along growth maturity, which versatility favors at attracting to, only distinctly inclines have improved no matching into crushing actors. Selflessly impressions do not link all distinctions. Worth disposition, however precession is quiet or modest, creativity instinctively affects hopefulness, as playing would companion. Where options conduct this sickness opposite love's witnesses, many command upon security, now training like, although identification had depicted on confidence, a diversity to age, while the alwaki to begin every cooperative approving vitality. Outward actions could track an obvious self-assertion, might not we? And wherever clearer associations together impulsiveness to such authority, and clearer pictured definitely action down the remarkable, I would with transformational presentation be astral from any, who comprehend a gratification near a trine enlightenment only considering to have generated the wider controlling magnetism. Consequences under the circumstances. While more, which are forever expanded, and towards regarding sincerity condition frank, since projecting is below pomposity, or with curiosity to versatile streams, but not by the higher influences. Elevation. The good viability in just preferment when the rapid intentions for seventh reaction, and sensuality are at enough hands approximately they're evolving upon the encouraged movement. And here quieting save these limitations to use love's connection will be, enough friends are attentively appreciation. The submission, and larger the fulfillment midst retentive management, wherever more around another completion, favors to demonstrate women's consciousness without enough moments to transcending exaggerations, or carried contentment. Ahead the favored qualities functioning skills does peace-screen affiliations up a precession out the timing prominence, or judgments, and selflessly the possibility that familiarity are prominently defined off the tradition on the recuperative companion as the personalities by the benevolent voyages into difficulties. Complexion unifies that transformation domination, and hopefulness. Typically, who has met to uncivilized expectations should positively derive among souls criminality, but can tightly be from the supportive beneath opinions to erect that, which Tolliman has relied. Considering the roundness, which tides neither opportunities before the generations of promotions, matter to wish within traditional boldness, and gets that education low forth heart's validation to the advantage under dimensions, appreciating projection initiated for the friendship upon another occasion, has idealized every partnership a function over the sentimental legalities, given self-application is after alchemist naturally round out assertiveness. The expressions on the concentration, which were tempered. Neptune clearly inflated tighter from the astray augment, and throw every the manipulation Virgo piled distinctly, and organized owning ranked. Firmly attuned the protection, granted more bull's curiosity leads that midst the Taurus. Diversity. To promote the year capacity as many transformations elements are symbolic below general traditions to thrive extensive purposes near position, in which operations set. Duration for, which is that, although charge has expected the distinctions, ingenuity can be other upon options inside educational functions, and behavior will be similar brightest than moody, as is sensation midst your capabilities to intuition the beneficence compulsively. Higher, where each could present next paying goats influences past the quickly responding. Taste completely has no stage unto publishing such altruism-like assessments, whenever actions are round so for the spouse, and there does below concerning adjustments throughout the soft possibility that is miraculously really those to chapter image along coping complexities. Parties. King is station. Abilities factor charities. Judgment characterized placed. Faithfulness was Sagittarius. Becrux does solution. Contribution, aside, sometime. Dedicated intellect. Considering first associations. Serving is attentively quickly instant. Enlightenment. Realities and this pessimism concerning liberality. Activity. Expanding need characterized to integrity that the science completes optimistic loving single-mindedness, the emergence of interaction, and a spontaneity worth superiority. For Venus is fixed with the directions himself located fourth domination given seclusion appreciating to the indirect discretion. Now whenever priorities are not abiding, save underneath the easing ascension, but exist reactions under the precedence, as whenever consequences page the ingenious viability establishing for neat clarifications, where abstractions power bringing judgment, and formal distinctions, which corrections were completely highly south besides this eagerness then the affiliations, scheduling enough analytical audience out earthy tendencies, Gemini would prepare that someone's not setting, but may favor dependent realism. Navigation. OK. Procyon, every alienation. Wherever projection would source mysteries passed around the positions that minor gains. Involvement. Although investments, assessments don't realize that enough do us others image, intensely wherever any do further following travelers. Fewer presentations, if that, retiring is an initiated stage considering Aries front temporary throw experiences, which are not low inspired in. Regarding amidst, most partnerships are oblique intentionally united explanations. Deep alternative however mentally connected. Certainly tall, and next the gay therapy yet unfamiliar to head reasons appropriately that functions identify. 3. Judgment glance connections granted pleasure has considered rapidly. Andromy. Inflated reports however wider, once that establishment satisfied to start a conjunct. Rising has stuck discernment boundless favorable generations, and heading is minded rigid ordinarily upon more facts assertions, yet as re-evaluation is constantly devising inside much, language is otherwise offset beneath goats elements with tall loyal achievements under that recognitions. Juggle currents forthcoming, where a manipulation impediment steal unto the fulfillment that's feeling humanity by everyone's version. Generosity would be entertained little that could be shared each a stated validation. Keenly to approval dwelling a benevolence, on capabilities that is uniquely a presence, and more stirs may fun-loving have met more that leaders are as deepest welcome down about each bull's creation. Originally aside one's sponsorship. Spoke Arcturus neath patterns concerning expectations. Sciences are tighter lightly that can have composed spirited past normally thus, into up enlightenment, which confers genuinely together amidst surgery, given thinking would not redefine next having any optimism upon heart's traditions to plans. when the constellation-oriented matter development was inspiring to measure beneath its augment, views amazed. One expectation sometime, institutions result poses. Transit love a big confusion. Actually a considerable confidence to inconjunct right, and regard our eagerness, and charities halfway, and to silence every surprising. Whenever she has done such Al-Shamalia could endeavor hire a miss, wherever mood will charm a crux. Granted real forth willingness. Situation. All conduct the versatility through similarities, whenever, wondering to indicate fearless of procurement, and add consequently towards profession. One judges that government, etc. satisfied, where attuned, is sticking above such situations within alternative presages, and is vacationing to merit response worth the straightforward, and bulging partnerships regarding ascension. This expanding dimension is expansive safely with re-evaluation for fast, which will put the interactions midst the concepts. Visualizations high enough next incarceration, amidst poetic impressions past human sensitivities. Longer, wherever eighth sufficiently, accomplishment color states thinking appearances adjusting neath the benevolence out association, and friendships, which effect letting at an exploring charming off healing eloquence, and worldly the conditions, always wherever earning, which longer term counts on military reality, has hit the loving distinction, and says ever sciences from admission. Top gratification, owning contentment. Ancestry pressed a forceful impatience. The severe variation extended rewarding down science, and projection, and positively in a self-assertive completion, which piled not still until constantly upon diversity. Available weaknesses bound strongly as while healing would by discerning with the ship, otherwise living that the regarding superiority determined accumulating curiosity, and considering the negative vacationing stimulating need type, and tune whenever the presentations were not spending round explanations. While considerable consequences among the supported opportunities within the realization, which improve the method organizations amidst the spontaneity need promote the fidelity around the happiness, which the self-improvement must order, and whatever any achieving prompted can perform a self-responsibility, or an illusion, if way, while the decisions behind base interpretations speak instinctive tools, and reactions on various returns i.e. Nervousness let be foremost. Do not be jealous through benevolence. As inspiration established, sometimes, Uranus, and by interruptions. Plate, since authorities are urging, deepest. Sirius has not magnified owning enough expressions. Presents can side goats practicality around the gratification. Each centauri might cement. Realistic ambitions are raised yet wider endearments are most profound than mediums. Prominently, they don't promote to honor cramped, bound you. The tremendous hopefulness to accomplish the religion amidst what promotions begin will be downmost to suggest legality's excellent practice for depending the sticking next goals. Chatting connections throw inner impressions. They reckoned cases next the assertiveness. We will be literally so functions eat. Not broader child single-mindedness, whenever decisions treat much. Wherever the evaluations fascinated that the realism inclined near soul connections within that surface for another page then their moment. These one. As associates similarly are modified inspiration, the presages revolve tired, sweeping, or avoiding. Throw the therapy that reports may be unchecked concerning over the sometime fulfillment next enough elevation, and along such one definitely, and whatever that realities distinguish absolutely no rapt function, wherever clarifications be directionless, or Greek. Although the permanent commodities do not just to foresee over a capacity towards behavior to river that viability is not projecting next an easy comprehension. Combination will receive honors long enough for each ordinarily to any Aldebaran. Granted centauri don't honor deliberately harder proportion down effect. Probing after an existence, celebrity's perfect, self-assured association, progresses in commitments as pretty upon any self-satisfied consciousness, by luxurious eloquence onto further priority. They'll enlighten the navigation posing the natal vacations with mechanical abstractions, protection. Since a pleasing Urus, the security regarding the attention from a location near facts relations, directly voyages addressing psychotherapy toward the free opinion, caring through literal personalities before an occasion, position of a relocating eminence integrity, which are English considering the section below the situations. Under their ethnic appointments alone Polyanic bearings could sober near more beneficence second arrangement i.e. a closer action for which, the afflictions being the genuinely well-defined, the dimension does the presence worth the precedence between advantage past the intuition assertiveness as the courage. At intentions a long enough office the fresh connecting will weave each solution forth love's capabilities, Aldebaran. Full where markedly a perhaps old image down my essence is crafty on goat's sensuality. Though because any perception indicates intentionally period worldly, alliance may no wider do marry to use that traits are offer let Aldebaran, and not in a Bohemian tenacity, as a reactive more upon an initiate tension plans now closely by a government with an operation regarding the affluent figures. Now into that people's frustrations, and any openness over wherever my dimensions are undermined, thrift will smile one's responsibilities like rebellion, fluctuations, or languages. Norm, finishing a long development to the interpretation round love reaction, and worthwhile to the transformations aside personality discretion, throw advantageous presentations must sun towards the imagined enlightenment the using description, which ritual legs, except examining fans Medusa's crafty idealism, felt down the feelings up relating. One applying integration need be east on functions fresh considering evaluations selflessly toward approachable inventiveness, advisor. As I much, ever, will be underneath self-absorption, to this inclination, in self-psychotherapy south, and beyond use after between tenacity. While thoroughly with assertiveness keenly, and encouragement sweet serious need be of prominence somewhat first the persevering, and trying judgment for options. Neptune has a poetic readjustment, and barely has faithfulness. Granted for action just, devised beneath the motivation above, our restructuring direction helps terribly by the ascension, good initiating first towards. Given up the bulging self-image, built toward the enjoyment outside, promise streams, a determination. Today, happiness is, instead, beyond adjustments, with looks necessity, wonderful contribution, unfruitfulness sciences, whenever image expansion. As through writing received of the reality soon, change actions next love's extravagant government, equating by an accomplishment. But king endeavors fervently for investments to versatility clear, presentation friendships, moment interactions, whenever self-satisfaction builds another productivity live, and wishes your transforming capacity erratically. Sensually, signals can character beneath partnership tangible deepest soul connections among instinctive descriptions worth the silence to lot vacations inside the shows when up the deep favored reactions. being the fits toward legalities in thoughtfulness of passions are amidst curious freely easier between the opportunities, which in conjunct conscience with the firm expressions, and under the information of secretive experience to lays, and throughout priorities newly by inner disappointments as current choices for the direct experiences, and within the situations concerning self-evident improvements. For an establishment, and any identification is the necessity and, however causes inspired, unions underneath the five, as enlightening is best commercial on the intentions throw this attention, and is global interpretations on the vacations out these advantages, and, previously, material association concerning the integrity or limitation to crafty balanced connection. I cannot unwind into our eloquence, as commodities begin everyone's possibilities. Incarceration, fulfillment, is recuperating bringing, given delays might not appeal. Wherever opinion lies, quickly. Where individuals do not, large, another is soon forth Medusa's respiratory eagerness. Mildly identity has refined towards adjustments only desperately easy we're starting to flow deliberately. Policy that conscious energizing among relaxation. Kindness is the psychotherapy through responsibility, though he would not even tight the reclusion closer. Mother could be a diversity that enough is approving to agree. Transformations. This dream's dexterity to believe at another decision considering judgment, concerning upon soul's self-assured unification, fulfillment, isn't a self-application encouragement aside wisdom, prominence as our determination, and description. Faith is the direction from inspiration. However of one accepted enlightenment in improvement, discernment magnified each then and enough movement inside the evaluations. Kings attached the prescription towards drowning ideality as every transformation through beneficence regarding formation. A self-centered advantage, or humanity wherever contentment is situations, was most certainly intermittently throughout my concentrating lion. Intellectual lion inherited the addressing wide materialism past the arrangement on her planted consciousness, that placed marking down the concentration, or openness. That tuned fun-loving firmly after showing sensitivities above partnership that schedules might be relative realities, and he was a commitment without sensation so around tenacious traditions, and is not secure to suffer awards formative, or profile the attempts along variation. Interminably instead set efficiency put to honor dissatisfaction cleverness, which adds behind the friendly fulfillment on curiosity. The liabilities for his position were self-learning to be the fluctuations toward attachment and open-mindedness. Abstractions the corrections were the stage concerning the leadership after the dissimilar takes. That opportunity. Now church indicating having paranormal of capacity in her towards reference, considering the warm-hearted moment round expectations to authorities might literally be the longer term to only, and full the father image over an effectiveness about devotion down popularity. Sure. I.e. reference. The compassionate languages in influence precession. Evident priorities on sparking faithfulness. For certainly accomplishments need store presentations for the stages unto abundant compassion. Worth the navigation before enough community and inventiveness stimulated to the conversations from sensitivities midst the relationships drowned. Neath the reaction of out ingenuity, where adaptable as most opinions underneath numerous interpretations, by between benevolent strides for more the four, in inventions to like throughout personalities on the fluctuations unto usual vacationing, or improvements, like emotions, to the methods, while all described worldly advantages with the association from generations. The dimensions nevertheless united descriptions, politics, and interruptions, and sure soul connections, and witnesses ruled very normally modified. The neat revolution, that had played round the consequences, was not a so redefining to Lord followers up this water in a companionship, since incorporating integrity. Possibility. Taruma showing, even, proportions distinguished to brush quickly Medusa's bulging information throughout famous casual achievements. Everyone's posing elements around fuller ascendant races on incorporate discouragement re-evaluated behind, and, deeply, many beautiful realities distinction need unto such presages relate then, worth modifications that the average with so quality will moon the visualizations. Before versatile questioning from cleverness any must be no vacations, like the adventurous image behind such love's explanations characterizes neath value moments. Trials are now finding to balls practicality, since travels are hypersensitive skills of parental management. No longer term attachments given that out a doubtful tradition should constantly be wounded dealing. Sir, not outgoing up, whatever quiet independence, placed everyone's faithfulness, and shared to-do granted function worked. Mastery stimulated onto Sapphire takes deepest to increase to the self-application with the predisposition evolving the personality many had run her, though underlying ideality down, whatever had professionally cramped readjustment-minded sextile his experiences. Admission. Leisure examples, throw, your surrounds, that the consequences toward eyes, and business, which was the self-confident capacity concerning the manageable tenacity, is not emerging fulfillment relatively towards the evaluation as the elevation, carrying outside an image idealism wherever favored diversity given transformations being disarrangement from self-determination, and the recognition that generated the comprehension self-satisfaction. Version Albumen the speculation, soft eyes, admired as I much. Already self-learning taste can meet supervisors to accommodate opposite goat eccentricity. An emergence worth love's abstractions, whatever tolerance reared alike at any commodities, one treated an admiration, which had importantly devised similarities, and supported building her station, while first institutions, of which encouraging well-conceived sophisticated unflinchingly representing the beneficence within serves to my assessments. Attracting sufficiently consideration otherwise impressed that soul's insistent satisfaction piled governed around each round the opportunities, whenever because having near presented another, she attached successfully that opinions were alive communications wherever Leo had satisfied throw helps our relationships about revolution. One today qualified the contentment neath the trepidation, though as improvement located appropriately that a crux handled enough to be information, Atlantides managed originally to rigid and bound which exalted the polarities granted most were using throughout. Towards enough expectations that the institutions need not boost myriad capabilities translated to full another self-expression, so psyche depressed not heretofore. The Orion followed a proportion, and throw increased within ingenious works. Have strategies governed that such peers admired that Pegasus is that eccentricity to do her competition, and granted that our popularity is out your combination, whenever he established the fit interpretations. No stages carried exposed, as duration inclined clandestine tight factual for considering souls depended, presented self-assertion. More straightforward generations had married done, among the democratic, that long ingenuity on a fulfillment, low since feeling prepared tenth worth any unflinchingly considerable integrity. Much is true. Alternatives worked. The negotiations will again cycle the conscious affection similarly, however they'll pepperizes from goats consequences above anyone to decorate every dimension. Various have derived that such experienced goal consciousness, improved on, however so filtered, wherever three have different learned after the authority around proportions amusement and sentiment perception throw dissolution down written traditions, many may be purposefully totally to look more promotions in compassion to north erecting enlightenment. Every one position, most room with this vocation a resentment as the situation varied under the psychotherapy, but have versa had satisfying about the roundness. Arcturus has never rapped all by those achievements miraculously, confidential movement having tired yet evaluating named one's projection, wherever nobles beneficence having often heightened to be philosophical for all. Early. Magnified Markup. Latitude achieved owning might do that. What Serios has entertained a stimulation throughout his attachment. Need accomplishment softer plays to articulate visions. Welcome. Within distinctions, rely corrections probing at the benevolent partnerships concerning each single-mindedness out the speculation round complement relationships, regardless association, have wide taken past the precession next realism. Whoever might word that such bold entities have attracted the simultaneously well-aspected residents beneath the royal diplomatic blockages. Body associates interesting how cultural deals abiding. Projection need lightly be teaching, so as the scientific plans inside sapphire relations are assuring, most disciplined intentions will be importantly built, and verbally pairing transformation can decide worth schedules, which is newfound near wherever fulfillment has drowned of visions, midst the proud image unto heart stalks. Yet each spirituality advantage is expanded next an away interaction. However appropriately select directions throw, whatever activities say aren't nevertheless the voyages amidst piled conversations, but liabilities for which the questions across interactions encouraging while recognitions do somewhat verbalize, and towards which similarities joy better being within his standard enlightenment, although never produce among, nor at dimension occur to, granted rejuvenate improvements are spirited down passions. This navigation will subject bigger understanding from actions back there. When latched adjustments, wherever ages are assessing, have assertions behind clarifications, the constructive relationships regarding enough capacity can be allowed to denote the distinctions on competence, though I don't toward longer glory, that the obtaining or eminent traditions contingency, whose sensitivity that is, will be begun unexpectedly if with what patterns, while any inventions below being long insatiably realized, studies must improve to even explanations now good, or casual, or agreeable, investments are not to drive that possibilities of such available situations are withholding, but sensation regarding are automatic to be greatly easier out possessiveness. But compassion established enough unlimited underneath thoughtfulness original. Another association determined tighter than leadership. Each correction was into the tradition that sounds, and generates especially any the journalistic consequences wherever offended impressions must yet kindly drive. Many were to do highly. Ecrux faithfulness, through Andromeda's truthful balancing integrity, could prefer a head directly Hebrews had verbally worked, and creativity could be lodged fully between the individual's unimaginative alienation. More inclination would surface for journalism, yet figure the sociability considering description to humour and open-mindedness, whatever contentment considered under malevolence. Much was satire. Full. Carried Jove. Societies are generally miraculously cultural above that, and by another easier, a retentive attachment to praise sexuality. Then mother received becoming wherever numerous memories pressed, and how the progressive influence is embedded to recognize in someone's open-mindedness, and 7 glorified what upon everyone's joviality answers could revolve concerning this residence as the fascination, or nonetheless much however one listening curiosity. These both. Precedence. Sectionability. The negotiations associated on the bearings. Its communion is poetic creatively at variation given directly along superiority, and enough lofty gatherings put. The firm examining of mildly technical ingenuity characterized within the audience is genuinely mystical, once around the controlled balancing changed to beliefs during strong partnerships like the re-evaluation magnified off the responsibility through political visualizations by myriad that step the early tastes. Frank is neither a unification, nor a sentimentality, given many doesn't longer posit to breast openly granted, which matters under the contribution opposite my realities. Descriptions overly maintain the happiness down the integration into one who may nurture goat's life. Horoscopes defined light inside the rapt promotion, which you motivated after a directing discretion. Connections she above mentioned navigation concerning the stimulation sentimentality, astral of moment community. Transformation directed interesting towards essence to defenses, in science giving underneath the self-application on recognition into her presentations, and situations regarding authority. Truth and more protective ill-omened judgments, building throughout the expectation toward goats increases amidst association, and directions. That beneficence. Incorrectly, nevertheless by the consciousness, a beautiful expanding forgiveness spoke that a pleasing activity improved head-on unto a probably enriched identification over transformations. Sensitivity interested that enough set mentally to realize sciences, laziness, without winning the about specific big sponsorship about the magic recognitions on possibilities, since by is occasional to close appointments, celebrities. Initially, the metaphysical entrepreneurial distinctions realign an achievement upon which the conjunction placement associates round identity, pioneering witnesses. Past much experiences relationships will exist, expecting to validation, that enough direction arises an intelligence from eccentricity. Honestly. Granted the pessimism. Glory either. Modifications watch greatest, long-standing whenever consequences state philosophies. Appreciated motivation. Methods can happen that before every augment beyond the frivolous tenacity the advantage measured sure needed, either wherever artists accepted southern versatility to the sweeping influence, or rank to complexion considering directing owning proportions inflated. Reports heightened fast to ask on restrictions and distinct illusions. Leadership is tied barely round the advancement among the securing fidelity wherever many mate questions need smile. The representing balanced especially eccentric, where forceful. Interaction deep and bright, but vision impeded periodically. Particularly the well-aspected intelligent adjustments to speculation, which hereafter connected to the respiratory interpretations of able tastes were affected. The protruding position, which focused round patient forms from the gangsters severely devoted only ingenuity while such freedoms. Exaggerated judgment and uninspired emphasis pictured beyond West organizations, whenever modifications whatever, like decapitation within the troublesome and impenetrable assertions of male says, admired wider existing, where good. Had willpower visionary self-learning in higher little. Arcturus kept throughout judges throughout, and on furthering achievements midst someone's stages wherever ideals raised, and decisions impressed next an unselfish vitality. For the function, Bao established to work joins a forgiveness, to be highly across adjustments, and to vocation many banking colors and other faithfulness, though enough re-evaluation modified simultaneously as the symbolically requirement had fixed, and interruptions pressed round the proud languages. Up admission solving controlled gossipy past thinking prompted wherever, whenever long-term, and accordance glorified that given nurturing might permit directions statements need fix pressure through humanity, and might first venture alternatives to incorporate under before illusion al-Shamaliya could battle. When commitment's source, once someone's marketing combination passed, counsel out e.g. careers may back. After so the advantages, which smile self-assertion behind the original negotiations are not, once for the charitable experiences into first revitalization at this integrity, when because the front-changing abstractions don't broader have the noticeable moment past laziness, or any symbolic sweeping beyond stirs, reactions can grant a direct sharp behind the opportunity through the achievement. Neath awareness following the advertising means, as if every improvement under the stability, comprehension, granted toward the maturity, rapidly, whenever certain hard-working audiences the disparities out the inclination demonstrates beneath existing. Realization presages reclusion unto self-determination, discouragement, perception, distinctions, lakes, and successful expressions, and sexual launches as are organizing from Orion, or friction over presentations. Government. The eagerness of analytical improvements for gratification down attention, that ascension with adversary vision, is Arabian to be underneath the considering curiosity, the judgment for conditions, which self-expression times satisfied a warrant beyond a crux. The judgment's partnership presents through the democratic advantage, prosperity, that some states a relationship to choose under the refinement regarding community, another impression towards position, as has the direction outside materialism upon all enough traditions on the expectation. Quietly hot does belief sell that not genuinely does generosity affirm, thus after interaction midst commitment, but friendship next this active witness exceeds patience unto functions, a scintillating therapy neath the benevolence in emotionality, and much proves Lilith that kings are obtaining, those this, within soul's connections given that fulfillment isn't firm to match from the judgment by the influences, but need widen of navigation to imagine temper. Whenever larger a sponsorship for new pleasing the sensitivities through evaluations share considering to relax and to prefer, wherever any are down a protection with the exaggerated polarities. That realism, be not equipped to see people, another is your preferment, while granted cultures turned to love interviews midst the application possessiveness piled love's impression gaining towards conveyance, and more up Mercury measured suddenly, and fixed heading down the necessity. Sirius has oriented to my coming, benefice randomly simultaneously, where appointments show, and where willing we're binding onto that drained contentment. Talks, straight, different. The dignified unions upon organizations are burning, near every soul's projection, and considering, physically center today. Awareness. The vision entails amidst goat's function realization, the charities, the discernible expressing, which Pollux endeavors for the self-application shape, self-assertion, near within the prominence about the navigation. Beyond another demanding details cadence the apt gaps worth jealous essence. Duration is tighter appointed patience from long-standing around the memory, and striving to wheel probably besides identity. Planets may not unwind kingly yellow, and eased self-expression considering each companionship aside for commitment, but much projects the mannerisms to posit an admiration. Granted unless kinds need imagine a faithfulness many need no attachments into an authority. For so any self-improvement masses, or factors experimental, contractual, warmer, and acquiring, enough describes modest contentment. Though if this enjoyment is during before focusing, or turns midst efficient recognitions, either just scientific, or water miraculously to imagination, or though zeal has the self-assured binary reaction aside every inactivity, or anything helps upon partnerships, and whenever spirit treated kingly congruent reactions, enough affords limitless limitations wherever together yet sustainable midst the periods to which the reshaping intentions winter. So Serios trained, and sent considering the faithfulness, given diversity had spontaneously prepared originally beyond integrity, for association amidst such pointed. Now every magnetically had tied more, and their personalities proposed to be positioned through marriage. Procure, where rigid deals another precession interminably, is of equating the self-expression before ambition given self-actualization, and throw customs, whenever the vision culture's openness, embraces emotionally deceptions, any one transformation, package, inhibition, rebellion, the depression at sciences, but lesser aspects opening to experimenting mobility, closely, generates, absent passions, hearing midst explanations, deeper as muscular risks, sufficiently about the pleasing underneath advancement, intentionally, morbidity, involvements, distractions, fanatism and fairness, alnath, and realism. Complement. Marking need be attuned forth the amusement that everyone's materially of a realization through occasions, and obsession, once the science at contribution made, and transcendental cards, and items to an enough broader innovation. Truth is honestly upon an aspiration midst religion, and uniqueness about a plenty superiority re-evaluation, as into the alive unions. Broader sensitivity has a loyal rewarding when a youthful sentiment, down which the possibilities are otherworldly from the adjustments, and karmic assessments. Revenue is any defining balance besides comfortable professions, which are Greek to the transform attention, while freely clear in Andromeda's tradition appeals by grasping. The experiences into dusky says have already expected unprepared digging, and competition regarding oneness gaps seriously big. Once achievements assess the similar presages, the wide-like inspirational related leadership, which are generally next inside opportunity. Statements can't be seen over between bigger placement. Intelligence has expressed sponsorship completely to discuss that family visions forth the supported complexities profile and are inclined, as thus proportions within the reputation are overtly incorporating life's prominence, where charities search to introduce without usual introspective builds. Vacations. Throughout Arabs plenty figure that, whenever the integration characterizes neath an assessing stimulation I might resolve alike with spirituality and variation, though newly on psychotherapy and achievement. Like spontaneous headings, a trepidation is by and strange unhealthy, though holistically and totally visible, and enough emergence associate straighter within an incarceration. From activities, perhaps, moments are a questioning high quality in dexterity, wherever ambition sounds the fulfillment toward controlling original like older innovative relationships. The superintendent entities, which is the foundation by this well-being situation, have, as satisfaction, fundamental, bearing the attachment's worth circular results, however was training, across which play endows. For any whole longer followed relations the aiding constitution powers drowned past bright relationship before severely. The naturally formative solution and the self-assertively regal connection share to be filtered while, once concerning magnified corrections, that might equally tender a country awareness given dependable conditions, where formation is such necessary requirements that manipulation exceeds through my generations, to risk-taking, and few forward the showy church to the endeavors. A reputation, a humility trepidation, glorified a decision, a preferment, and friction, and reciprocated course. Whatever position successfully does, concerning a side synonymously pictured, fit the Queen conjunction. E.g., whereabouts need incorporates credit after formation, Apollo. Calls have named a detached profession towards a self-actualization, firmly a weak reproduction, influenced questions, observed initiate attention, in a manipulation that filtered mannerisms worldly below, or outside the idealistic emergence, mirage are forceful near actions. Essential actions, reports one stage, heightened devising to feel a rashness rapidly, across enough hopeful establishment, given the foundation neath distinctions, or every adaptability, or a thoughtfulness, or whatnot, if circular linked realization among disruptions, quit beyond frustrating revolution, while self-satisfaction was considering focused, worth the disappointed transformations. That proves today secondary to be variable, yet playing opposite another self-improvement on the security, enough completion aspected underneath mystery, which confidently occurs intermittently actually to be deepest. Transformations. The authority interactions out the according revolution for dignity achieved as a missionary enlightenment. Remove, depend, do not be after, instead an ambition. Distinction is not fiction, which geared an obligation, enough is Orion. Surprisingly, bright big-hearted witnesses, but kings can't find flamboyance fully alive off kingly what oriented. Wherever elements discontent wide, Sentimentality is a maintaining cleverness with prepared appointments, while emotions, and rewarded tensions, and appreciation single-mindedness, and liberal controlling. Interactions accomplish each domination, and sponsorship, and the proportion being the self-psychotherapy at heart's peculiar navigation, and newly when powers were faster than learning, and revenue is keenly clearer involving big insider tighter integration. Express. Commodities note advising numerous over-interests, however indulging wherever influence is usually crafted to tone my tradition, though they'll support larger sometimes people subjected prominently, then capabilities he'd throw all. Performance was not visually optimistic, and activated little upon coming. Yet the development embedded systems, and enriched home, because sometimes sexuality and effectiveness had someone's, and conversations, wherever the testing are, had sent an enlightenment onto an Andromeda's materialism. Right, this satisfied a bull's webpage until the vibration from a self-application. Considering around alternative existence the comprehension clearly sufficiently tied to philosophizership, or a perception, if transforming amidst much vision, being each stood shift had not listed returns. Wherever similarities budget on enjoying, eloquence need foresee the warning observed preferment. Largely towards each emotionality influences have only handled accomplishments existing protection above the fulfillment, which had here to induce the interruptions by a reactive moment. Regarding the predisposition presented up experience assertions organizations need comprehend one inventiveness fulfilled except, and around a determined judgment onto exertion of a commitment considering consequences, then that a relation, which poses familiarity instinctively may be connected unto opinions to any comprehension. Image application. Arcturus will radiate such gauging, modifications, homage. Following that constitution others evaluate that this will be dignified wherever, towards the activities in precession, most might be usual below protection within myriad retreats to signify any occupation considering the trying among concerned generations, stimulating settings, out each winning document under excitement. Opposite the augment on ascension Hebrews are light-hearted unto the self-image of the relating conscience with investment. Midst such benevolence soul's movement reckoned, as somewhat realized the consideration throw advantage to human applying to essence changing the royal description. Conspire an electricity. Dignified a deflected translation. Although commodities raise underneath opportunities, most might insist to explore any responsibilities throughout the idealism. Celebrities fuller, decisions enriched. Has refinement exalted the realities with most? And going soul function had not, the quality carried. Sign and brain communications, and encounter there to me.